I'm here. Bring the microphone over here. God, oh, this stream's gonna be great. I can tell. I'm half awake. No amount of caffeine is helping. Oh, hi. It's been a day. It's been a day. Come on. Oh, if I had my druthers, I'd be asleep right now. Of course, it's going to be great. Your face is on it. Oh, God, what are you drinking and why aren't you sharing? It's clearly, clearly you have alcohol in your system if you're thinking that. I don't have any. I can rectify that. I do have wine upstairs. Might not be a good idea, though, to be building a PC inebriated. Might cause some electrical malfunctions that could be very costly, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, so I might not be totally with you today. I got home from my second job. I work a full shift on Sundays. I sat in this chair and I think I fell asleep for about a half hour. So that's the way tonight's gonna be. You know? Oh well. No, she's right. No, she's not. But thank you for playing. I'm trying to get as much caffeine in me as I can. And I don't know that it's gonna work. But anyway, hi. Hope your day has been more energetic than mine has. So a day that ends in Y? Oh, yeah. It's a day that ends in Y for sure. Oh, whatever. Hey, we're at $375. Where is it? Right there. We're at $375. We're only about a third into the month. Past that. Gonna try really hard not to enter anything while I'm gone. Well, I mean, that depends on what you're trying to enter. I mean, if you're trying not to enter... You know, if you're trying hard not to... Never mind. We've been streaming for maybe 4 minutes, not including the intro music, and already we've gone into the gutter. Not yet, Funkies, not yet. Go ahead. If it wakes me up, why not? I think that's probably the fastest this stream has gone into the gutter like that. Oh well. Tired. As my wife will confirm, when I'm tired, the inhibitions and the self-control just goes complete with the sound effects sometimes, depending on what I ate earlier that day. You never know with me. I'm drinking too much, but I'm trying to get caffeinated in this hour. I do have an energy drink in there, but then I might not be able to go to sleep. Just win everything if that's what you want. No. That's not how it works. Shit, I'm too tired. I gotta wake up. This is what I get. I stayed up too late last night knowing that I had to do a full shift at work today. Oh well. I'm definitely already loopy, and the energy level just isn't. You're going to be in and out. Are you now? Well, just don't shake the walls too much. Tired doesn't show. Anyway, hope everybody's weekend was okay. Vulcanet, I'm not being a good boy. Why should you be a good girl? I mean, why bother? Why bother at this point? It's just... You can't promise? Well, lucky you. If I tried to do that right now, I'd get my stream shut down because of violation of terms of service, which I don't want to do. Oh my. I'll wake up. I know I will. At some point or another. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like tonight, hopefully, I'll be able to get my PC built. I've got the studio, not the studio. Actually, no, it is the studio, not the workshop. I'm gonna be doing it in my studio tonight. I'm going to be building the PC in my studio tonight. The way this stream has been going, I don't want to leave any room for interpretation of anything else. I'll be building my PC in my studio. And I even got an overhead camera mount, kind of, sort of, so that you can actually look right down into the PC case without having anything, any kind of crazy angles and so forth. So it might actually work. You could promise, but you don't want to lie. I want to lie down, go to sleep. Does that count? That's different. Oh, may the powers of the Zaraman wake me up, please. But otherwise, so Thursday night stream was freaking amazing. I got the statistics for that afterward. It was just like, what the hell? But that was fun. Although, I could have done without the Carolina Reaper being boozled. Although I'm sure you guys enjoyed that one. Watching me suffer. My wife busted my chops on it. You guys are just sadists. $25 in more. $25 more in donations, and you get to see me suffer with another bean boozled. Just right there. $25. That's all it takes. And if you haven't done it already, a $25 donation means that you will also. You'd think I would have had this ready for me. Excuse me. Too much soda. Give me a second here because I'm an idiot. I am not prepped. I'm just so freaking tired. Give me 1 second here. I know where the file is at. I just got to get to it. Dimwit. Just remember, if you donate $25 or more throughout this entire month, you get a chance of winning this. Yeah, $25 and you get to burp. Well, I mean, if you drink $25 worth of soda, I think you deserve to be able to burp. See, I'm so tired, I don't even care that I did that on stream, honestly. I'm just grateful it didn't come from the other end. So that might have made for a more interesting stream. Oh, it's you! Yes, who else would it be? It's my stream. I mean, so yes, it's going to be me. This is running all month. Doesn't matter. You can make your donation at 11:59 p.m. on what would that be, June 30th? There are 30 days in the month. 30 days, half September, April, June, and November, right? So yeah. No, it's going all month. So in fact, I'm probably going to assemble it this week on stream. I still need to do a few things. I need to clear coat several of the parts, and I need to apply the holochromatic coating, the prisma crystals, if you wish. Yeah, so that's fine. And even if you can't do it all at once, say you do 1250 now, 1250 later, as long as the name that you put on it matches, I'll add them up and say, oh, you $25 throughout the month. Okay, that person qualifies. And this thing is full size. It's not some little teeny tiny replica. No, I will not modify it to shoot Skittles. But I mean, it's full size. I mean, here, this is my prototype. It's full size, and you'll get this
Remember
with
when the
the
platform
pride
was
colors,
sliding into
so
the fire
this
pit and I
isn't
said
some little teeny
goodbye,
tiny
and
thing.
you were like,
No way.
and then I was all, we pretended we were going to murder you.
Too much
That
soda.
was great.
Too much gas. Minis are your favorite? I hope you're talking about M&Ms. Oh, can it be M&M's minis? No, I'm not going to modify it to shoot project. Plus, you don't understand the way this is designed. See, it's got a barrel, and the barrel goes all the way to the back here. So in order for it to project out the front of that, it would have to go at a very, very high velocity so that it doesn't lose any altitude on the way from here to here. That would probably really hurt. So, yes. But I mean, we did talk about my next project so that I could get used to my new CAD program. Could very well be a candy dispenser.
Please hold for
You know,
redemption.
I'm really liking the idea of my next project, after I'm done with the comb, to be a Warframe-based candy dispenser, if I can make it work. I think I can. Might take a little bit of things to do. But Desk Candy Cache, yep. And, you know, who knows? It could be this big if I want it to. Archiplasmor? No, she's back here. I forgot my mascots. I forgot my mascots. Oh, well. No, my Archiplasmor's right here, and I am not going to modify that to shoot anything. Did OBS just stutter? That was not cool. Grendel Piss Dispenser. Anything, you know, do it with Clem or something like that. What am I soda? God damn it.
Another
Oh.
Please
What's with all the
hold for
followers? We got
redemption.
some bored people to this, you know, tonight. 3 more followers since I started? You people are bored. Or you have very low bars for entertainment. Regardless, thank you for the follow. You have Grendel's stomach open up. Oh my god. Now, yeah, now wait a minute. But. Would you really want... Think about that. Would you really want to eat something that's been in Grendel's stomach? That's kind of gross. That's really gross. I don't know that that would be very appetizing.
Another believer.
What is
Please
going on here?
hold for redemption.
A Pride Plasmor? That sounds really weird. At least Pride Angstrom works. Arca Pride more. I'm not gonna do that, but that's what it would probably be called instead. But no, sorry, that one. You know what? I could do that, but only if the person pays shipping. This thing costs, just to ship to Utah, cost about $180 in shipping when I shipped the commission out. That's to Utah. So that's still within the US. Do you really want to have to pay for shipping if it ended up going to another country? We're probably talking closer to $300 to ship this thing outside the US. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well over that would go with a lot of people. He aerosolizes the enemy's atoms. Still, just the thought of just, you know, opening up Grendel's stomach and taking stuff out of it, it's just, no. I can't even think about that one. Inhale Grendel juice. Oh my god. Why not add a little bit of, let me think, hold on. What's the phrase I'm looking for? Just add some like melted sugar or something over, just to really get stomach juices and so forth as part of it. I'm being gross. I'm so tired. I'm so freaking tired. See, gastro juices is not. Yeah, exactly. Corn. That's a Megan thing. Megan's the one who's into corn. You people are just ridiculous. Oh, so anyway. But yeah, so I think I've got everything ready for my PC build. My son's has been working okay, so his is done. Once we got a processor that wasn't missing a pin. I don't remember eating corn. Guys are just... Either I'm just too tired, or you guys just being really weird so far this early. Anyway, yeah. Hey, Sundered Angel. You're always strange as part of the chart. Well, I mean, not wrong. You're not wrong. How do you donate? Of course, if I could spell it right, that would help. There you go. So $25. Well, okay, $25 more. We get another $100. I'm going to be using that a lot tonight, I can tell. $25 more, we get another 100 plat that I get to draw. And I suffer a bean boozled, because it'll be past the $200, under the additional $200. Yeah, a bean. Again. And with my luck, it'll be the Carolina Reaper. Again. Yeah, begin again. I think this is going to be used a lot tonight, because my mental state is not what it normally is, and that's saying something. That's why I keep this here, because you gotta take 2, take 3. I should get a piece of chalk and just do that, because I mean this is a chalkboard. So as you change the take and so forth, change the scene, change the take. Roll doesn't exactly count anymore because they don't. Okay, some places still use film, but places that have gone digital, this doesn't matter. So yeah, all of this stuff that's there. But I should just get a piece of chalk and do Viri screen. Do Viri screen. You're weird, Kuro. Just putting that out there. You're weird. Tap. Extreme close-up? I mean, it's what better way to scare people than to get a close-up of this face. I can't think of any way to make someone go, ah! More easily than to have a close-up of my face. L-Cars is my L-Cars interface.
Please hold for redemption.
I have been a Star Trek fan since I was pretty much in diapers, and that was a long time ago. So I figured, you know what? I want to change up my my scene a little bit here. What can I think? And just I'll make an L-Cars interface, because why not? What is that? Vanathium? Uh-oh. 390. We're not there yet. Born before the dinosaurs? No, I'm not that old. I rode the dinosaurs, but that's different. Boy, oh boy, I'll tell you. People are being ageist. say you don't like it when I talk about me being an old fart. That you're being ageist. That's what that's all. You'll be able to donate more next week. That's fine. Any donation is welcome. It's for a good cause. So, and if making this thing available can help get some of the donations in, it's worth it. I'm good with that. Popping on streams here and there, never followed before. Really have so many followed channels. I know the pain. I absolutely know the pain. I follow a whole bunch of other Warframe creators and just other friends of mine, and yeah, sometimes I could decide, oh, I'll open up their stream just so I can at least lurk, and I'll have 5, 6, 7 tabs open. So I understand. But so I wanted to work on my PC tonight, and for anybody who might have missed the first one, I actually have a bunch of PowerPoint slides. You're donating because of a close friend of yours. Hey, any reason is a good reason. It's like I've said many times. I'm not a member of the LGBT community, but I have friends and family members, both immediate, and extended, who are members of the community. And right now, because of various things that have happened over the past few years, they are being heavily targeted, in both legislatures and just generally targeted on the internet, which puts friends and family members at risk, and I'm tired of it. So anything that I can do to help combat that, I'm going to do that. I'm going to be as much of an ally as I can. The long story, they've been struggling with their gender identity for years, and over those years they've received hate. Yep. Yeah, I know. It's just some people just cannot understand certain things, and they get angry at that, and then they end up lashing out, and it's not cool. It's not cool. Yeah. It's kind of funny, I was doing some research on this, and all the people who complain and bitch and moan about Pride Month don't seem to understand that if they accepted the community from the start, there'd be no real reason for Pride Month, because it all started because of I forget which one. There were riots that occurred in Greenwich Village in New York City back in 1969, because, quite frankly, the LGBT community got fed up with being targeted and bullied and arrested for being who they are, and ended up that during one moment of they were raiding a bar. The police were raiding a bar, and although you could tell the tensions were there, a police officer ended up shoving a bystander, and that started the Stonewall riots. Thank you. And a police officer ended up shoving one of the people who were nearby, and that started it. 2 nights of riots. Basically, the gay community was saying, that's it, we've had enough. And Pride Month was started the year after that. So a lot of these people don't realize that if they accepted the LGBT community from the start, there'd be no need for Pride Month, because we'd be accepting of everyone. Yep. Police found a box of hand grenades. Wow, nice. Box of hand grenades. Yes, yeah. I could go on such a slippery slope right now. I'm not going. The simple fact of the matter is that you just accept people for who they are, and there won't be any problems. And some people just can't understand that. Which, oh well. Friend is also in a poly relationship. She asked me to get involved over the past month. Both had feelings that transcended friendship in the barrier. Yeah. I'm not one for poly relationships, but if other people can make it work, okay. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me. Go for it. I have nothing against them, but they should keep it in their 4 walls. Well, you know what? It's funny. The people who say, why do you have to keep pushing your homosexuality on us? Well, why do you have to keep pushing your heterosexuality on everybody else? You know, it's... You keep saying keep it in the bedroom. Well, that applies to you too, buddy. It's like, you know, but they just don't say it that way. So, wait a minute. Whoa, do we get a $50 donation? Oh my god. I didn't catch that. Well, thank you to that. Anonymous. Well, okay. Well, thank you to Anonymous. Of course, I know what that means. Yeah, I know what that means. Oh, that'll wake me up if I get the wrong one. Yes, it's bean time, you sadists, but it's also 100 plat time, too. Or for here to give it a shot. My one niece is in a poly relationship, and it's like, all right, I don't care, you know. No one said the human heart is only capable of loving one person. Yeah, Anonymous, $50. Okay, well, thank you, Anonymous. All right, let's get the plat started first. Exclamation point ticket or exclamation point enter for your chance at 100 plat, courtesy of Digital Extremes. The awesome folks there for saying, hey, every $100 raised for the charity means it's 100 plat to give away. Where is... Sorry, I have a Google Doc that I need to bring up for this. And yes, I'll get to the Bean Boozled. I'll get there. Let me get this document up first so I don't lose it. There we are. Yep. All right. Okay. Nope. Just exclamation point ticket or exclamation point enter. You're bi and not shy to admit that, nor should you be. Let me get the Bean Boozled ready. If it's another one, I'm gonna cry. Please let it be jalapeno. Give me a break. All right. Here we go. There's works. He's with the primary, however, they have a second girlfriend. Long story short, they may be leaving that girlfriend just for a while. That's fair. John, how about sorting, like just randomizing instead of sorting? I'm tired. How's it show? Help me. All right, here we go. Skip. Okay. Cayenne. I can deal with Cayenne. Seriously, I saw the Carolina Reaper coming up. I was like, no, not again. Fine. Cayenne. Got a ton of Cayenne. Holy cow. Whole bunch of them up there at the top. I can deal with the Cayenne. It's still gonna hurt. Yeah, bullet dodge, you're not kidding. If anything, it'll wake me up. Yum. You say that. Try the Carolina. Oh. It hit the back of my throat. Oh. 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 That didn't feel too good. It's for charity. I keep telling myself that. Oh my God. Tim Tam time. I'm running low. I gotta get more too. Oh. I took away the Bean Boozled option because I want people to donate. If you want to see me suffer throughout June, you gotta donate. Those are the conditions. Mama didn't raise no dummies, for the most part. Oh, man. TennoCon, August 26th, 28th. Hold on, let me verify. 24th, August 24th. And I will be there. It's going to be awesome. Oh, man. You're going to make a floof angry. Hold on. I'm going to do something different so the floof doesn't get angry at you. Hold on. Actually, I think I still need to put this on first. There we go. Ah! Oh man, the brightness is kind of killing it. My angry floof. Yeah, you can't have the angry floof. You can hear the little Kawaka yelling. Yes, yes, you can. So, I've got a hamburger hat, courtesy of St. Jude's. I'll put on the hamburger hat instead so the Kawaka doesn't get angry. Expecting the floof tied to the headphones. I wouldn't do that. That's animal cruelty. What is that? Hanging my Kawaka. Ah! That's a good question. Yep. There are onions right there. There's tomato, onion. I'm assuming that's cheese. Lettuce. Well, they sent this as an incentive to do a charity drive for them throughout May. I never got around to it. So I figure I'll just keep the stuff, and sometime later this year I'll do a St. Jude's charity drive. Need to get used to lettuce. See, I don't. Maybe it's just because I'm an American. Lettuce on hamburgers or cheeseburgers never bothered me. Exclamation point ticket! Exclamation point enter! 100 plat, courtesy of Digital Extremes. Any platform. Come on, people! It's 100 plat. You know you want 100 plat. Do you know what's better than lettuce? Well, it's certainly not pineapple on pizza. Oh, now my nose is running from the pepper. Ah. Kebab meat? Ooh. I won't argue on that one. You know what I haven't had lately? A really good Greek hero. And there's a place nearby that does, and they've got the spit right there, so they just slice the meat off the spit. Oh, it's so good. But it's not the cheapest place in the world. Do it? I am. It's Mountain Dew right here. What have you not had since you were a child? Triple beef patty, cheeseburger. Ooh. cheeseburgers with kebab meat on top? That's interesting. Never heard of that. Buffalo Burger. I've had Buffalo Burger. They're quite tasty. There's a place nearby here that sells Buffalo Burgers. They are quite tasty. And not as gamey as I expected either. I mean, we can get pedantic. It's bison burger. We don't have buffalo in the US. We have bison. Uh, 10 times better than regular burger. It was very good. It's not something you get very often here because they're still trying to, you know, get the herds back to size. But I've had it. It's very good. Yes, much healthier. Not nearly as fatty. Agree. No. People pronounce it gyro. It's not a gyro. It's a gyro. I know because we have a very large Greek population in this area. We have a Greek festival every year. It's a gyro, not a gyro. A gyro is that science thing that you use to spit, you know, that you spin it and it balances. That's a gyro. Had one every time your grandparents would take you to a powwow show as a kid. That's cool. We have a powwow near here every year, but they don't have burgers like that with it. That'd be nice. Brazil. Well, hello there. Well, I would say it's getting cold down there, but it doesn't really get cold in Brazil. I guess unless you're in the very southern part of it. Your last meal will be a burger? Are you planning on going to jail? Is that what you're telling me? You're planning to go on death row? No, I didn't miss the joke. I just wasn't letting you get away with it. Oh. Well, I know your last meal will be the one before you die. It's kind of how it works. Hold on, my printers are making noises. Hopefully it's nothing major. Ugh. Already? A year since what? You want your last words to be profound? I don't know what I want my last words to be. A lot of people call it a gyro, and it's just like, no, that's not it. Since you joined this crazy Warframe community with Kira, you, Violet, and the folks. Well, in the hole I go. That's all, folks. Euro? No, it's just a euro, like YERO. That's all. It's a Greek thing, okay? It's delicious. I will admit, the euros they have at Arby's, if you get the genuine Greek ones, actually aren't bad either. And I say that coming from an Arby's, from a fast food place, they're actually good. Oh, exclamation point ticket, exclamation point enter. 75, 100 plat, courtesy of Digital Extremes. So long, suckers. My last word should be, I know I should have taken that left turn at Albuquerque. I know that's what the joke was. Oh my god. You're killing me, Smalls. Wow, not a lot of people want that 100 plat. That's fine. It's just more opportunity for those people who did join in. Moving on. Moving right along in search of good times and good news. You need the fashion? Y'all watch this. It is a burger hat, courtesy of St. Jude's. I just don't want the floof to get angry for taking the cunning hat, so I figured, I'll grab the burger hat instead. Because why not? Spent 1,000 plat on Forma leveling stuff for Circuit today. Yeah, I need to get more Forma. One of the things that the Circuit has made me realize is there are a lot of weapons out there that I must have gotten rid of, that I or weapons that I have and then just leveled up and didn't do anything with it. So now it's like, if those are gonna be in rotation, maybe I should just start working on those. You have 23 Forma? I had like 50 or 60 Forma before they introduced Liches and Sisters. That disappeared fast. Now I think I've got 5. So I need to grind to get more. Oh yeah. So I guess let's get this going. Let me get to the right spot here. Dojos need an increase in room capacity. You know me, I don't do that stuff, so. Hey, Magic Thighs. Oh. Close to having your Matter Eye maxed out. Nice. Your dojo overheats your Xbox. Well, I mean, that's. I think that sounds like it's time to get a new Xbox when possible. This is very awkward with the microphone. No, this is the microphone right here. The headset on. Oh my god, my brain is not working today. Okay. Logged on to Warframe last night. The loading times are slow. Loading times have been awful ever since Duviri. Which, I mean, I guess that's good and bad. It's good because that means more people are getting back into Warframe. It's bad because it's increased load times. You'll provide a blood sacrifice to DE for cross-save. I would not be surprised. DE usually saves really big announcements for TennoCon. We're now only 75 days away from TennoCon. I would not be surprised if they make some kind of a formal announcement then. That would not surprise me at all. You'll give unto them your firstborn. Someone blaming crossplay for the load times? Maybe to some degree, because whoever's the host has to synchronize and make sure that everything is going properly with everybody else. So, I mean, maybe to some degree, but I just noticed that the load times really got awful when Duviri kicked in. And then all of a sudden a bunch of people coming back in, so that's going to increase load time on the servers and all that other stuff. So, it's hard to tell. We disabled advanced graphic engine and load times are fine now. Yeah. Consoles being a bit slower, but it's expected. The main reason you played long form missions to avoid load times. Yeah. I don't know if you can do this on consoles, but on PC you can, what do they call it? Optimize your download cache, and there was one other option to it. And I did do one of them, and load times seem to be a little bit faster. I'm a little bit skeptical on that because the drive where the game is loaded is a freaking Samsung 960 SSD. It's not slow. So, or is it a 970? It's one of the two. Cross save will be here. cross save is way more difficult than cross play. Way more difficult. So I don't blame them that they're taking their times. Plus, all you need is one bad piece of coding, you know, accidentally put in there, and people start losing their accounts. Oh God, I don't even want to think about the tickets that'd be entered because something went wrong with their accounts. That would be just disastrous. So glad I'm not on their tech support team. Should be getting dog days soon. I wonder, you know what? Maybe they'll probably announce dog days at the next dev stream. Well, they might, you know, they might announce that on prime time. The problem is, technically, it's not summer for another week and a half. And that might be why they haven't released it yet. Never posted anything about cross-save. They know they want it. They know people want it. You know, there are a lot of people who are waiting for that, and they know it. But they've really got to get it right, or they're going to be causing a ton of problems for themselves. Problems with platinum price difference. Not necessarily. I mean, they could leave the platinum. We're just talking about cross-save, so it's just inventory synchronization. You know, but yes, there is an issue of, oh, well, now I can buy a whole bunch of plat on PC. Honestly, I think plat's going to be restricted to each platform. I think they're going to be causing a lot of headaches for themselves if they do otherwise. So if you have 400 plat on PlayStation, I wouldn't be surprised if it stays there. And you want plat on PC, you got to buy it on PC. I would not be surprised if that's what they end up doing. You blame Sony? Maybe. It could be any of them. I prefer for games to be delayed and endure complaints of a gamer about being delayed to be released on a schedule in a buggy state. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, they released Railjack sooner than they should have. And I think they learned their lesson on that one. Certain prime part may be restricted for trade on each platform too. Well, I mean, that's trade. We're not talking about trade. We're talking about save. The ability to play a game on a console and then go to your PC and load up exactly where you left off. That's what they're talking about. You know, and like you can craft Xbox. Yeah, I mean, that's it. But parts acquired on Xbox may only be tradable on Xbox. Yeah, I could see that happening too. But I think at this point, they're just working on cross-save. I don't know that cross-trade will come into play on that one. You want to play Warframe at a frame rate that isn't single digits? Yeah, that would be good. I will bet they're going to make an announcement at TennoCon. That's going to be a huge announcement, and it's not really something that they'll be able to just say, "Hey, we're beta testing this," like you can with cross-play. You know, cross-save, they got to get that right from the start, and that's going to be a big stinking deal. And I would not be surprised if they make an announcement at TennoCon, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a phased-in approach, where they say, okay, cross-save is activated between these platforms, but not these. And then they work them in. I'm okay with no cross-trade. I wouldn't mind seeing cross-trade, but I think Platinum will be restricted. Assuming you can't transfer Platinum, spend it all on fashion. No. I mean, I've worked in IT for 30 years. I've worked on the kinds of things that DE is trying to do. Not to the scale they're working on, but I've worked on those kinds of things. No, I will tell you for a fact, it's not easy. It's not easy. And the fact that they're trying to do 5 different platforms, because now we're talking about iOS as well, and trying to get all 5 of them to sync their databases up. You log in over here, and then all that information is available over here, and you don't lose anything. It's just, it'll be a lot easier for people who, I've been playing on this. I've never played on this. So then the first time you do, it just pulls the data over. But then they also have to deal they also have to deal with, well, what if you've been playing here and you've been playing here? Do they just add things together? Is that the way to do it? What if you have a really cool weapon build over here? You've got a really cool weapon build over here that's different. How do you merge those? How do you decide, do they leave it up to the player to decide which one they want? It's going to be a problem. So I don't blame them for taking their time on this. Yeah, forgetting about mobile, yeah. The iOS version is in beta. Android's going to be a long time. I'm an Android fan, always have been. Screw Apple and their walled garden and their high prices. But one thing that I will give Apple is it is a single platform.
Another believer.
And
Please hold for redemption.
Android is fragmented. It's very fragmented, and I don't envy them trying to port Warframe over to Android. I can see Apple being an issue for cross trade as well. They want their 30. Well. But they want their 30% on what you would purchase. And if that's the case, the only thing that you'd purchase, just like consoles or PC, would be Platinum and Gen, stuff like that. So I can't see that being too much of an issue regarding trade. But I don't know. Hopefully we'll have an announcement at TennoCon. You hate Apple with a burning... I don't hate Apple. I'll just never buy any of their hardware. The EU might radically change this. Depends on how much they're going to look into it. I mean... Again, if all of the consoles plus iPhone and eventually Android, if they buy Platinum and Gen stuff all the same way, PC's the only outlier, what is there for the EU to scream about? All DE has to say is, okay, stuff that you would purchase for real money, you can't trade it. So, EU's doing stuff that we in the US would probably never do. Probably. The EU has a tendency of being way stricter about things. Now, whether that's good or bad depends on what the topic at hand is. But there are things that the EU has done. It's been like, Jesus, really? Was because I'm comfortable with the iPhone. I would have bought Samsung. Oh, okay. If it wasn't, okay. I just got a brand new Pixel 7a. Of course, I dropped my Pixel 5a. Busted the screen, so I had to do something. That was my fault. Brexit is still a bit contentious. Yes, it is. I have several friends over in the UK, and they often complain. So yes, yeah. And I read the news articles about the stuff that's going on. Yeah. Oh my god, you got a Windows phone? I'm surprised. Well, I guess there's no reason why it wouldn't work. You just couldn't get software updates. Windows Phone was actually a good idea. My sister had a Windows Phone. It was a pretty decent phone, and there really wasn't anything wrong with it. The problem with the Windows Phone was that idiot Steve Ballmer decided, let's put the Windows Phone interface on PCs with Windows 8. No. Awful idea. That was just terrible idea. But the Windows Phone itself actually wasn't all that bad. You use Samsung? I don't like Samsung's overlay. I don't like this. What is it? I forget what they call their skin. My wife has tried a couple of Samsung phones. She couldn't get them traded in fast enough. She hated them. Hated the interface. I don't like the interface. I like clean, generic, vanilla Android. let me do whatever the hell I want with it. Oh man, you have one of the ROG phones. I don't envy the price you paid for those. There's an argument against government telling that they must use a specific connection technology. To a degree. Sticking with Pixel phones, no fluff and bloat. Brand new 7A, baby. Yeah, I know what you meant. That's fine. At the same time, I know the EU is really tough against monopolization of things, and that's kind of where they were getting pissed off at Apple. It's e-waste because you have to have USB-C or Thunderbolt, and they're not compatible. And so now there are two different types of cables that need to be manufactured. You know, and Apple having an absolute stranglehold on licensing for Thunderbolt, accessories and cables and so forth. I can, just based on how the EU works, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. The EU is much less tolerant. Much less? Is that is a phrase. You know what I'm saying. Everything is Type-C now anyway. Yep. Thankfully. Oh my god. USB-C is still a mess. Granted, but it's still better than having, oh, well, is this micro USB, or is it USB-C, or is it Thunderbolt? Oh shit, I brought the wrong cable with me. I can't charge my phone. I can't charge my tablet. Oh. You know, at least USB-C, it can be a mess as long as it's a ubiquitous mess. U means universal, about time it's all roughly the same page now. Yep, I agree. I absolutely agree. I like being able to use any freaking cable that I want now with any device. Instead of worrying about, oh, is it the right format? Oh no. I am pissed, however. Give me a freaking headphone jack. I don't care if I never use it. I want the option. They're trying to push everything to make you go Bluetooth. I have nothing against Bluetooth. I got plenty of Bluetooth devices. I'm fine with that. I got a Bluetooth speaker. I got a Bluetooth headphone right here on my desk. But there's no reason for them to have gotten rid of the headphone jack. And that pisses me off. I don't mind. Like, again, I've got wireless devices, but I want the option of a wired headset in the event that none of my wireless ones are charged. Bluetooth on PC is a pain in the ass, though. I've got, because PlayStation, Xbox controllers, they're on Bluetooth, and I ended up just leaving my Xbox controller plugged in because the PC kept losing its Bluetooth connectivity. It's like, really? See, actually charge a Pixel 2 and your 5? No, gotta buy another. This one is fast charge. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's no worse than HDMI, Oh, you get an older HDMI cable, it might not work with newer TV sets because it's not rated for HDMI 2.1. Yeah, I just use a cable for PC controllers. I mean, my PC's right there. It's not like a cable is going to be that much of a problem. Okay, this hat. Enough of the hat. I wore the hat. You got your points out of it. Put the hat right there. Ooh, almost knocked down my Prism Angstrom. That would be bad. Xbox Elite controller does not work well with Bluetooth. Well, that would explain it then. Mouse is wireless. So's mine. I've honestly never had a problem with. Well, Logitech uses their own technology, so it's not quite the same. All right, exclamation point ticket, exclamation point enter. 100 plat, courtesy of Digital Extremes. I'm gonna pull this. I don't use a mouse. I use a trackball. I'm one of those people. I don't care. Trackball, baby. Logitech MX Ergo. I freaking love this thing. Fully other one. I am. And this is my trusty servant, Patsy. You need your 12 side buttons. Don't care about that. And I use it for gaming and everything. I will never forget a good friend of mine who unfortunately committed suicide several years ago would bust my chops about using a trackball. And one time we actually had a LAN gaming session, and we were playing Unreal and Unreal Tournament and stuff like that. And he actually came up to me afterward and said, "You know, you're actually pretty good with that thing." So yeah, I am. Violet! I think it was the original Unreal Tournament we were playing. Maybe, might have been 2. It wasn't 3. But I think it was the original one, actually. Hi, Silver. Thank you for the subby. The Red Sea and Deep Blue Ocean now see if... Oh, I see where you're going with that. Hi, Violet. What you doing, little sis? Well, as long as you guys are here, exclamation point ticket or exclamation point enter 100 plat, courtesy of Digital Extremes, because you can see right here, we passed the $400 mark. Yes, I suffered a bead boozled, but fortunately it was just the was it the Cayenne? Yeah, it was the Cayenne, not the Carolina Reaper, like Thursday night. Got several thousand people to see me suffer with a Carolina Reaper. That was fun. Dude, I don't care. You want to do a dirty joke, whatever. Hey, John, you're beautiful. And if you think so, you're drunk. What are you drinking and why aren't you sharing? If there's one thing this 53-year-old face is not, it's beautiful. Stop that. Nothing but innocent and purity here. Exclamation point ticket, exclamation point. Whoa, too much soda. Let's try that again. Exclamation point ticket or exclamation point enter for 100 plat, courtesy of Digital Extremes. I gotta pull this soon, so. Imagine playing a game while touching your balls. Not just that, but rolling your balls around. So you're there, you're playing with your balls to get the game to work. This was when I started listening again. Got to come to expect on this stream. Keep them clean every so often, yep. The only problem is that to do that properly, you got to take them out. You know, and if you take them out, and you're not careful, you could lose your balls. That's a problem. Clean them regularly if you're expecting visitors or customers. That's right. Something wrong with my mic threshold? I mean, unless it went too high. That's always possible. Check my mixer here. If it gets too loud, then OBS cuts it out completely, and that might have happened. Alright, just adjust that a little bit. How's the stream going, bro? We've just been chatting, which is, you know, haven't even gotten to the PC build. We've just been chatting. But, you know, we got more donations, so we've crossed, we were at 375 when the stream started. We're now at 440. I'm cool with that. All right, but I got to pull this 100%. I'm using this a lot tonight. 100 plat. Really should keep a tab on the take and see how bad it gets every stream. Exclamation point ticket or exclamation point enters 75. 100 plat. Courtesy digital extract. How many takes? So far, I think I'm on take number 4. Something like that. It's been bad. I'm half asleep. That's the problem. What? Wait, what? Really asleep. I wasn't paging you, sorry. Alright, I'm gonna pull this thing. I got a PC to build, damn it. And the winner of 100 plat is... Loki, 1251. Loki, 1251, are you there? Are you there, Loki, 1251? Yay! Alright then. All I need from you is to whisper me or put it in chat, whichever one you're comfortable with, your in-game name and the platform that you play on. So I won't be submitting this information until the end of the month when the charity drive is over, so you won't get it until next month. Loki 1251 on PS5. Okay, easy enough. Let me get that marked. All right, there we go. Cool. There we go. I have a good time during sleep. Your brain decides every so often that adrenaline needs to be run through the system to really get that deep sleep going. Adrenaline to get your deep sleep going? I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Okay. Clinical insomnia. Unfortunately, I have an ADHD brain, so no, it doesn't matter what time I go to bed. My brain decides, hey, let's think about this topic. Let's think about this. Let's think about this topic. Oh, how about this topic? Remember this time when you embarrassed yourself 40 years ago? Yeah, you're still embarrassed by that. Let's think about this. And it's like, I hate my ADHD brain. That's the problem. A lot of times when I go to sleep, that's when my brain decides it's showtime. No, stop that. Anyway, I've been drinking too much soda to try to wake up, so now I have to go dehydrate. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, it's time to build a PC. That's what I've been wanting to do. I've been waiting for probably a year to get this damn thing built. And Murphy has always found a reason to strike every time. So, damn it, I'm done with it. I'm gonna build it. I'm gonna build it. So, those of you who have never built a PC before, hopefully you will realize that it's actually really freaking easy. It is. It's way simpler than I think a lot of people give it credit for. Tossed a burger hat. Almost landed in the box too. Damn it. So close. All right. I'm going to switch over to here. Boom. There we are. Yeah, I know. I'm in teacher mode now, which is only fair. I've actually done a lot of training in my life. So it's kind of natural. All right. If you're building a PC, these are the base components you need to figure out. You have to start with the CPU. And there are reasons why. You just need to figure out what kind you want. Then from there, you go to the motherboard that you want, the memory, what kind of storage you want to use, whether it's an SSD or a magnetic drive or whatever. Video card, if you don't already have one. Those are the 5 that you absolutely do need, no question. In the case, cooling, the power supply. It might seem like a lot. It's not. It's really... I've been building PCs for 30 years. All right? The first PC that I built was my very first PC as we know them. You know, back in the 80s, you had the Commodore 64, you had Commodore 128, you had the Amiga, you had the Apple II GS, stuff like that. You didn't do anything. You just bought the computer and it was done. But then IBM decided, hey, we're going to make a platform based on the Intel 8086 and 8088 processors. And all of a sudden, other companies were like, oh, well, we can make competitors to that. Cooling is optional in a lot of cases. You know, you need cooling one way or another. Otherwise, you want everything to overheat? I don't think so. Unless you're going to be leaving your PC outside and you live in the Antarctic, you know, or the Arctic. Either way, you know. You know. So, but these are the base components that you need. I'll go over every single one of them, don't worry. I'm not going to go over any specific product SKUs. I think AMD has something, lots of cases come with fans. Well, okay, yeah. But, I mean, a lot of them do, but that doesn't mean that... What if you have an old one? You have an old case that you want to use. Cooling might not be sufficient. You know, I just upgraded my daughter's case because it was an old business type of case. Very little cooling fans to it, and she needed it. So, you know, yes, most cases do come with fans. But not all processors come with CPU cooling fans. That's something to take into consideration. You don't just plunk a CPU in the motherboard and say, okay, I'm done. Lots of folks spend too much on cooling. We'll talk about that. I just go for keep it simple, stupid. So I'm not going to go over product SKUs here. You know, AMD has something like 17 different processors. Intel has over 30 different processors, which is absolutely insane. But that's what they do. All that you need to know is to get the right processor for what you're after. Gaming rarely uses more than 4 cores in a processor. You could do a whole lot of gaming with the Ryzen 5 or a Core i5. Core i3 for gaming wouldn't necessarily recommend that, but if you just want a PC for your grandmother to, you know, surf the internet and so forth, Core i3 would be fine. I wouldn't recommend it for gaming. If you're going to do something more like video editing, CAD work, you know, heavy math processing, you're going to want something a little bit beefier, like a Ryzen 7, Ryzen 9, Core i7, Core i9. But the reason why I say you need to choose your CPU first is, notice that I say there are different architectures. For AMD, there's AM4, AM5. AM4 is older generation Ryzen. AM5 is the current one. For example, Intel currently has the LGA 1700 architecture. And that's just their brand name for the chip design. That's really all that means. But you can't buy an AM5 based AMD chip and use it with an old AM4 motherboard. It won't work. You can't buy an LGA. You can't use well, I mean, if you get an Intel board or an Intel chip with an LGA 1700 architecture, your motherboard has to be LGA 1700. You know, it's got to match. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So that's why I say the very first thing you need to do is identify what chip you want. And then from there, you move on to the motherboard, because you have to get the motherboard that matches the chip architecture. So there are several types of motherboards. If you want to go for the big honking case, you're fine with that. There's ATX. There's extended ATX, which can't imagine. I've never seen one. ATX is large enough. Then micro ATX, that's the one I prefer. And then mini ITX, mini ITX is okay. They're not really meant for gaming. They're meant more for things like home theater, office machines, you know, things that aren't going to do a whole lot, because mini ITX is not going to have room for stuff like big video cards. You love EATX? And if you want that kind of expandability, okay. Yeah, yeah. You get an EATX, you're going to need a big honking box. Your brother-in-law is willing to build you a PC with the same parts he has. It's going to cost... What? 2.5K? You better be getting like a 4080 or 4090 for that price. Holy cow. So this is what a motherboard looks like. So right here, there's the CPU socket. And this is where people think, oh my God, what is that? That is just so complicated. No, it's not. Here's the CPU socket. You can see, like here, it's got this little square notch here. These are triangular. So that means the chip can only go in one way. You can't screw it up without damaging the chip. The chip can only go in one way. So that's not all that difficult. Here's where the memory goes. You can only put the memory in one way. So that's not easy. You can't really mess that up. Here's where the main video card would go. It can only go in one way. And it can only go in one slot, for crying out loud. So you literally, you put the CPU in, you lift this arm, plunk the CPU in, lock the arm down. The CPU's in place. The memory, these little tabs right here on the side, you push them out, and then you shove the chip into the slot. Once they're in place, those tabs will come up and lock. Okay, memory's installed. Literally, the last time when I was building my son's PC, someone in chat mentioned about how they were waiting 6 months for someone to upgrade their memory. And I showed how you could have it done in 10 seconds. Literally 10 seconds, and I had memory installed on the board. You can't mess it up, because there are also these notches here, and we'll show you that later. There are notches here that you can only put the memory in one way, and you can't use different types of memory with different slots. So you can't get it wrong. Unless you buy the wrong memory, of course. And the video card, there's a little latch here that you open up, shove the card in place, the latch locks, your card's installed. You know, so there's not much that you can do to screw it up. And then there are other parts, like, you know, we'll go over it. There are other connections to it, like this will be for the front panel, and we'll go over that. And here's the back of it. There's all your USB ports. video port for chips that support it, audio ports. It's relatively straightforward. Installing it, you have to be a little bit careful installing it, but even then, it's not a big deal. So the reason why I say you have to choose the chip first is because then that will decide what kind of motherboard you can get. Once you decide on the motherboard, that will decide what kind of memory you can get. So that's where you need to check the motherboard specifications. So in this case, this particular motherboard uses a type called DDR5. We'll go over that, but it's the same thing. If you have DDR5 on your motherboard, you cannot use DDR4 memory. If your motherboard requires DDR4, you cannot use DDR5. Here's the frequency, the speed of it, so that this motherboard goes everywhere from 4400 megahertz to 6600 megahertz. All you have to do is make sure that you get the memory that is within that specified range. So you identify what CPU you want, which will tell you what kind of motherboard you can get. You see the motherboard you want, which will tell you what kind of memory you get. Those are the only real things that you need to be very careful of. Everything else doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter what kind of cooling you use. Doesn't really matter what kind of power supply you use, although we will go over that. Doesn't really matter what kind of graphics card you use. That part, or storage, all of that stuff is pretty much pick whatever the hell you want. It's only the CPU, the motherboard, and the memory that you need to be very specific as to what you get, because one affects the other. And that's basically what I'm saying here. Memory also, you should always buy it in pairs. Don't buy it in single. Oh, well, you know, I want 32 gigs, so I'll just buy a single 32 gig stick. Don't do that. Get two 16s or 4 8s if your motherboard has room for it. The problem is, a couple of reasons for that. If you buy one stick, you got a single point of failure. So if something goes wrong with that memory stick, you just lost your entire system because memory's bad. At least if you buy it in pairs and one of the sticks goes bad, you've got another one to work with while you get the other one fixed, or not fixed, but you can RMA that one or just buy another one, however you know, depending on what's going on. VRAM shortage in today's GPUs. Oh, we'll cover that when we get to GPUs. Yeah, that's dumb. But the other reason why you wanted to install it in pairs is because most motherboards, pretty much all motherboards anymore, use what's called dual channel, which means it will talk to both memory sticks in parallel. So you're effectively doubling your throughput on your memory if you have two sticks instead of one. You're theoretically quadrupling your speed if you have 4 sticks instead of 1. So the drawback, obviously, to filling up all of the banks of in your motherboard with memory is that if you want to upgrade, you're going to have to completely replace. Whereas if you've got 4 slots on your motherboard, you only buy a pair of chips, you've got plenty of room to expand because you got the other 2 slots. So, you know, it's just, you got to decide what you want to do on that one. But the main thing is that you get memory that is of the format and the speed that's compatible with the motherboard. Do not mix modules of different speeds. I mean, you can. Sometimes it's best to just, if you're going to use 6,000 megahertz memory in the first bank, you should use 6,000 in the second bank, just for compatibility. So these are the different memory sticks, and this is why I said you really can't screw it up. 5 has a notch here, 4 has a notch there, 3 has a notch there. You can't, that's why you physically cannot put different types of memory into your machine. So you need to find out what motherboard you've got, find out what kind of memory it requires, and then just get the right memory. As long as you do that, you're golden. Okay, now we get to storage. There are several different kinds of storage. We've got the old, where is it? Grab one of these. We got the old magnetic drives. Big, bulky, slow, but they give you the best storage per dollar. Magnetic drives give you, I think it's down to less than 2 cents per gigabyte. They're not going to be the fastest thing. I would not ever anymore recommend that for a boot or a gaming drive. I don't have an SSD with me. I don't have a regular sized SSD with me, unfortunately. But SSD is solid state. It's going to be a lot faster. Also, note if you have dual channels, your total speed will be slightly down a little bit. It will only read in on laptops. Well, laptop memory is a different beast too. So there are several different kinds of SSDs. You can get the standard 2.5-inch ones. A lot of those are what go into laptops. They look the same as those magnetic ones. They're just 2.5-inch, a lot thinner. Oh yeah, SODIMMs are, bleh. I mean, they'll work. They do what they need to do. So the thing with solid state is that, especially the newer kinds like the M2s are nice because this is a 2 terabyte M2. Right here on this little stick. Goes right onto the motherboard. It doesn't take up a slot in your case. You literally just put it onto your motherboard and then screw it in place. It's 2 terabyte. It's also the most expensive. That's something to keep in mind. Ah, too late, Solaris. Already beat you to it. Already beat you to it. Might have a heart attack faster than HDD. I mean, it could. The problem with SSDs, I don't want to say it's a problem. They have a finite lifespan. They will only last for a certain amount of reads and writes in particular. So yes, SSDs will die faster than magnetic drives. Magnetic drives generally can keep going for years and years and years. You might get some areas on the surface that will run into a bad block every now and then. But for the most part, the hard drives that I've lost have gone to spindle noise, as it's called, which is basically you've got these spinning platters. In fact, I'll show you this one. Here you go. Want to see old magnetic drive technology? Old. I forget, what's the storage on this one? This is a whole 21 megabytes. This is 21 megabytes. Not gigabytes, megabytes. But anyway, I mean, this platter is constantly spinning. As soon as your PC is turned on, this platter starts spinning. And eventually the spindle that it's on could wear down. I've lost more drives to the spindle dying than I have to the actual hard drive mechanism dying. So they're very reliable, but they're slow. They're very slow. Whereas solid state, there are no moving parts. So they're very fast. I will tell you that the faster the SSD, the more expensive it's going to be. But it's still faster than magnetic. So you need to balance out what kind you want, what you're willing to pay, what storage you want. The nice thing about SSDs, though, is that they're finally down below 10 cents a gig. But will it load GTA 5 fast? Honestly, it depends. There have been reports that some games have had to get patches, especially the M2s. The M2s are, especially the NVMe M2s, are stupid fast. Magnetic, you can get roughly, depending on what kind. I have some magnetic drives that give me 150 megabyte per second reads, which isn't bad. My storage gives me about 400 to 5. My SSDs give me about 400 to 500 megabytes per second read. There are some NVMe drives out there that are rated up to 7,000 megabytes per second read speed. Ridiculously fast. And there are actually some games that have had to put out patches because NVMe drives load the data too fast, and it basically broke the game because the game did not expect the data to load so fast. You know, because a lot of games will put in like some kind of animation or something like that for while the data is loading. Warframe does that. You know, you've got your little animation with the Kaith or your Orbiter or whatever. And there are some games where those really super fast drives loaded so fast, they broke the game because the timing was off. So, gotta be careful of that sort of thing. Have some 2.5-inch crucial data SSDs and some magnetic drives. Yep. 2 of your magnetic drives have died. None of your SSDs have. Wow. That's unusual. My machine has a standard 2.5-inch SATA and a Western Digital Black magnetic drive, 10,000 RPM. It's chugging away. No real problems with it. So the storage comes down to what you're willing to pay for. If you don't mind slow and you want a lot of storage, magnetic is still going to be the best deal for you. If you want speed, if you want some good speed, then a regular 2.5-inch SATA would probably work for you. Or 2.5-inch, well, yeah, it's SATA SSD. If you want really fast, but you're going to pay the most for it, an NVMe one that attaches right to your motherboard, that's the way to go. No one is better than the other. I would recommend highly SSD for your boot drive and your games. And if you really want storage to put your, you know, anime porn or whatever that's not going to be accessed frequently, you might be well suited to get a magnetic drive. But, you know, the prices of storage are constantly dropping. You can get NVMe drives in both 2.5-inch and... Yeah, but the NVMe is meant to attach directly to the motherboard. How the hell do you attach? Well, I guess if you get an adapter. I mean, I've never seen one, but I can see why it would work. And okay, NVMe versus SATA. Yeah, I see where you're going. Hey, Otto. Why didn't the raid alert go off? That was weird. Yeah, I've seen the PCIe cards. Xbox Series and PlayStation 5 consoles are NVMe. In fact, where is my other one? Yeah, I bought this ADATA. And again, this is another one of those NVMe M2 drives. This is rated to be used with the PlayStation 5. I'm not using it with that, but that's what it's rated for. GPU, I'm so not going to go over GPU because they go all over the freaking place. For NVIDIA, the GeForce 30 and 40 series are the newest, and the last 2 digits of any of the NVIDIA GPUs represents the chipset. The higher that number is, the more expensive it's going to be because the beefier they are. So 3060 is going to be less powerful than a 3070, which is going to be less powerful than a 3080, which is going to be less powerful than a 3090. But you're going to pay for it as those go up. Meanwhile, if you decide to go cheap and say, oh, well, I'll just get a 1650, you're really not going to want that. I'm not really all that familiar with how AMD does their Radeon numbers. I think it's similar nowadays, where, you know, the first number is the family, the rest of them are, the rest of them are the chipset. I still get wonky. Yeah. And Intel recently, Intel's decided to jump into it. I'll give them credit for that. They have their new Arc series of controllers, which from what I understand right now are really restricted by the drivers. They need to get the drivers more mature. But there are so many variations And again, I mean, NVIDIA makes the chipset, AMD makes the chipset, but then they have partners who make the cards, and they can build the cards to different specifications. I'm not even going to try to tackle that one. I highly recommend, if you want to see, well, how does this card stack against this one and stack against this one, I highly, highly recommend Gamers Nexus and Jay's 2 Cents on YouTube. A lot of respect for those guys. They run their benchmarks through a whole bunch of different methodologies on trying to decide how each card behaves. So that, like I said, that one. Feel free to join the Discord and ask questions. That's fine. But just right here, right now, oh God, there's so much variation out there. There are hundreds of different NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel GPUs available right now. I'm not going to cover them. Now, what was mentioned earlier was about the VRAM. Oh my God, yeah, so many video cards are coming out now with less video storage than its predecessors, which is dumb. Absolutely dumb, because the video RAM is where all of the textures are stored. You want cards, especially if you're going to get into like 1440p and 4K gaming, you want video cards with more video RAM, because it has to load all that stuff up and throw it into the video card memory. Otherwise, it's going to have to pull it from your storage as you're playing the game, and that's going to slow things down. That's one of the things that cause pop-in of textures. That's annoying. You know, you're playing a modern game on a modern system with what you think is a modern video card, and all of a sudden things are really blurry, and then suddenly pop in the detail. It's like, why? And 9 times out of 10, it's because that video card doesn't have a whole lot of memory to it. My 3060 has 12 gigs of memory. But there are new 4000 cards coming out with 8 gigs of memory. Which is just... what? Why? Why are you doing this? Memory is cheap. And we're long past the COVID, oh, we've got a shortage of chips. Now these video cards can't even sell. There's a glut of them. But then they're selling cards with nowhere near the video RAM that they should. It's such a pain in the ass. But anyway, yeah, to answer that question from before, it's so dumb. Really should not buy a video card with less than 12 gigs of memory anymore, especially if you're going to be doing 1440p or 4K gaming. If you're going to do 1080, you could probably get away with 8 gigs. But it's just, pain. What, Kuro? Many gamers coming out use their CPU as opposed to GPU process. I mean, they shouldn't be, though. That's the thing. The GPU is meant for mathematical processing. It's meant to offload that kind of stuff from the CPU. Why is it being put back onto the CPU? I don't understand that. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's easier to upgrade the CPU than it is the GPU. Maybe that's their mentality. I don't know. It just makes no sense. Yeah, I know you did. That's fine. I saw it. You didn't have to spend points, so you could have just timed them out. But yeah, I don't understand that. It's like, that's why miners went to GPUs and why there was such a GPU shortage. The whole reason for GPUs is to do mathematical processing and offload that from the CPU. That's what graphics are. It's all heavy mathematical processing, because you're talking about physics. You're talking about 3D calculations and textures. It just doesn't make any sense. But what can you do? All right, cases. Oh my God. So now you got the actual electrical components. Now we're on to cases. Oh my God. Oh my God. So many cases. And so many case types. These are the different types, category, or classifications of cases that are out there. There are so many. You need to decide what you want to do. Now, keep in mind too, this also is a factor as to what kind of motherboard you want. If you want to go for a small case, chances are you're not going to be able to use a full-sized ATX motherboard. You might need to go with micro ATX, mini ITX maybe. Let me just give you an example of case options. Give me a second. Oh, they're huge. Those are huge. Those are if you want to really have a whole bunch of fancy cooling and the liquid, the water pumps and so forth and all that, and you want to be able to show it off. I like the small form factor ones. I've always liked the little cube shaped. But yeah, these can be monsters. Look here. So this stream is not sponsored by Newegg. I wouldn't mind it if it was. Well, let me just go through some of the... I'm just going to go through their basic PC cases. So here are several of the cases that they have available. And that's just a fraction of them. Let me go to computer cases here. So I'm going to scroll. 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 And keep scrolling. And that's page 1 of 91. 91 pages of cases. Yeah. You could spend hours just deciding on what kind of case you want. It's crazy. And then you've got all different kinds of, fan option, port options. Do you need the full-size 3.5-inch drive bays? What kind of motherboard does it handle? ATX, eATX, micro ATX. So many cases. So the pink one is cute. Which one? This one? Yeah, I mean, the cases, you basically just choose what you want. Just make sure that it fits the motherboard you want. You're not going to get a full-sized ATX motherboard in a micro ATX case. Ain't going to happen. At the same time, you can easily fit a micro ATX motherboard inside a full-sized ATX case if you really want. It was lower. That's more white. I'll stay right here. That one's white. That's white as well. Anyway, you get the idea. So you've got options. You've got tons of options for cases. The only thing when it comes to cases is you also need to decide what kind of cooling you want. I'm a fan of air cooling. I don't like liquid cooling. Rack mount, there you go. If you want to go out and buy a nice, 42U rack, go for it. I actually had one, but I couldn't justify it. So, what kind of cooling you want is going to be an issue. I'm a fan of air cooling. I don't like the thought, except right here, needs a lack of fear of water near electrical components. I do not have that lack of fear. I don't like the thought of water right near my gaming equipment. No. If you're fine with it, good. Work was throwing it out a while back. Yeah, that's how I got one too. So, As far as I'm concerned, the bigger fans, like 120 millimeter, 140 millimeter, they can push a lot of air without a lot of RPM. They can be very quiet. All that matters is that you get airflow through the case. Heat is the enemy of electronics. And as long as you can get the heat out of the case, doesn't matter what kind you use. But I am a big fan of air cooling. But liquid cooling is going to be the quietest. But that has its drawbacks. It's going to be more expensive. Depending on what kind of fluid is in there, because it is water, it is actually possible to get things like algae and so forth in there. I've seen people actually sell, you know, like drops that you have to put into it every now and then to keep it clear. But whichever one you want, whatever, it works for you. Most cases nowadays will support both. So cool. Now you've got CPU cooling, which is a little bit different. You have to apply what's called thermal paste. Because metal on metal in and of itself is not very... It will transfer the heat, but there is going to be a lot of gaps in between there, even at a molecular level, where you're going to have air stuck in there. Manufacturing, just, you know, the metal is not totally smooth. So you need something to fill in all those little gaps so that the heat can get pulled away from the CPU. That's called thermal paste. You can usually get them pretty cheap. I've used Arctic Silver 5 for decades at this point. There are a bunch of different ones. Actually, MX5 that was taken off the market. They have MX6 now. And I'll show you how to apply that. Generally, you just take some, you could do a pea-sized amount right in the middle of the chip. When you apply a cooling fan, it'll spread out. You know, but you'll see people that you can do an X, you can do a dot, you can just do a line. There's no difference on them. And you'll see me doing that. But it's not difficult. You just put a little bit on your CPU and then you mount your cooling fan. And that's another thing. I guess I didn't really cover that. There are lots of different options for CPU cooling fans. You don't have to go expensive. One of the ones that I've got in, not this machine, but in my video editing box, my 3D gaming box, they've all got the same Cooler Master HA212, I think. Big honkin' fan, $50. You don't have to go expensive. A power supply is a different issue. At least, let me take that. It's not a different issue. Of course, it's not, because it has nothing to do with cooling. You know, I think that justifies. Okay. We're up to what, 5 now? Hyper 212. Yep, that's the one. I got 2 of my boxes have the Hyper 212. It works great. All right, so the power supply. This is one where you could get. You have to do a little bit of research. You need to determine mostly what your video card does. See what the wattage is for your video card. Add a little bit more of the wattage usage to your motherboard, whatever storage you're going to use. Because if you get a power supply that is not sufficient, it could blow out your power supply. It could damage your components. But at the same time, if you're only going to be drawing 450 watts of power, or even if you're only going to be drawing 350 watts of power, you don't need to buy a 1200 watt power supply. I mean, I have all of my gaming rigs. I'll leave it alone. All of my gaming rigs are 650 or 750 watt power supplies. I've never had reason to go higher. I also don't have a super draw GPU though. So really, stick with 650 or 750 watt power supplies. You should be fine. Unless you've got like a 4080 or a 4090. Then you might want to go up to something more powerful. Gaming rips, yeah. You'll also see things that talk about 80 plus, which is simply the efficiency. When you convert, believe it or not, all PCs run on DC power. They don't run on AC. So the other purpose of the power supply is to convert from AC to DC. You're going to have a loss of electricity from that conversion. 80 plus basically means how much loss you're going to have. So let's say that a regular 80 plus has, I'm just throwing numbers because I don't know them exactly, 80% efficiency. And that means you might be pulling 300 watts of the components, but that's actually going to be pulling about 360 watts from the outlet. Whereas platinum might be, say, that's 95% efficient. Again, I'm just throwing numbers out. So whereas your components might be using 300 watts of power, you might only be pulling 325 from the wall. So higher grade 80 plus power supply means less electricity being pulled from your outlet for the same amount of power on your machine. Question is that going to make up for the cost difference? If you're going to end up spending $50 more for a platinum power supply, well, are you going to generally be saving $50 in electricity over the lifespan of that PC? If not, probably don't need platinum. That's one of the things where you're just going to have to make a judgment call. But the cost between a regular 80 plus and a platinum can be pretty significant. So, need to be aware of that. And the only reason why I'm really saying this is that you're a little bit more informed, so that if you go someplace where they sell power supplies, you don't let them try to upsell you too much. You know? Oh, well, you need a 900 watt platinum power supply for your 3050 video card. No, you don't. I'm gonna have to do something similar soon enough. There you go. Yep. 2 per stage, so play is 90%. Yeah, yeah. Your pilots are walking through the forest and they can't find a set of tracks. Those are deer tracks, those are elk tracks, those are moose tracks. As we're arguing when the train hit them. Nice. And then that's it. Oh, I say that's it, but I mean, all of that information I gave you is really just so that you can make an informed decision on what you want to do. And I will do my best to remember to throw this up on YouTube so you can always go back and take a look at it. I have a PC building section of my Discord. Feel free to join the Discord and ask questions in the PC building section. You know, you'll see there might be a lot of little work to putting a PC together, but when it comes to the components, you really can't mess it up. The CPU goes here, and it can only go in one way. The memory goes here, and it can only go in one way. The graphics card goes here, and it can only go in one way. You know, the power supply has to go in a certain way to allow for the cooling. You know, a lot of the work on building a PC is actually like installing the motherboard, running the cables through, making sure they're all connected. You know, internal, external, or offsite storage, yes. HP repair technician, don't even get me started. Dude, do not get me started on HP. Oh my god. Oh, I've had such awful experience with HP. There was one time where I decided to, you know what? I'm just going to spend a little bit extra money. I'm going to have a custom PC built and have them send it to me. And it was from HP. Worst experience of my life. I have never built a custom designed PC again. Ever. From that point on, I just built them myself. It was awful. Absolutely awful. HX12, well, yeah, I mean, it does. Oh no, it was awful. I will never do that again. That's why I see people. The only place where
Another believer Please hold for redemption.
Raylan Sark, thank you for the follow. No, the only place where I will have no problem going out and buying a basic PC off the shelf if that's all I need. Oh, one of my podcast PCs died. Shit, I gotta buy another one. No, I'll go out and just get a basic off the shelf PC because that's all I needed. But I see people paying all this money for custom built PCs, and I'm just like, it made sense a little bit when COVID really hit and there was a massive graphics card shortage. Now all of a sudden, all of these custom PC builders have all these graphics cards in stock. So you ended up paying more for it, but at least you could get a graphics card that you wanted. That's not so much the case anymore. You know, and it used to be that one of the big factors against building your own PC was that you'd have to pay $150 for a Windows license. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm seeing a lot of places selling Windows licenses for $29 lately. Legit places. These aren't like, hey buddy, I got a Windows license here for you. Here, shh. No, legitimate places saying, yeah, Windows license is $29. Damn, you know, I don't know what that's all about. But it's just, was it for a refurbishing unit? They're legit Windows licenses. I don't care. I bought 2 of them off Amazon, $29 a piece. Okay. You know. So yeah, so it's not that difficult. It's not. It can take a few hours if you've never done it before. Not to be sold as again, this was Amazon. They sold them that way. So I don't care. The license is the license. Buy it for cheap, super cheap in other countries. Maybe, but again, Amazon is not exactly the kind of place where it's like, hey buddy, we're gonna, you know, got something here in the trunk for you. And I've been seeing Newegg offer them for that price every now and then, and Amazon and Woot. Well, Woot is Amazon. So, whatever. As long as it's a legit license. Hydration. Alibaba? No. I will buy certain things on AliExpress. Components? Yep. Hell no. I will buy super glue. I will buy LED strips. I'll buy those kinds of things from AliExpress and so forth. PC components? Oh, freaking hell no. I won't even buy CPU fans from them. All right. I got to go dehydrate. And then we're going to send you to the back. And we're going to build this damn thing. Here. Good, because I was working with it last night. Okay, first things first. Can you hear me okay? This is the first time I've streamed from back here, so I just want to make sure everything is golden and so forth. So, can you hear me? Alright, good. But yeah, I finally decided to not be stupid, and I've got an overhead. Look at that. Hi. That wasn't scary at all, My ugly face and that much of a close-up. Okay, in fairness, it's just that I took off the drop ceiling panel and mounted a standard desk mount arm to a ceiling joist, but you know what? That's okay. It all works. Alright, so this is my new case. My new baby. Like I said, I like the smaller cases. I don't really go for the big ones. Going to take this panel off. That comes off. So the first thing I'm going to do is, you can see that they've got two fans here. These were actually, where are they? Well, the case came with 3 fans, big fans, no RGB. Well, I want RGB, screw that noise. I want RGB. Not enough room in this one to add a second hard drive. Yeah, I understand that. So, but I've got a third. I've got a third RGB one that I want to add. I just wanted to do this well, I want RGB, so duh. But also to show you how to install a fan. It's very easy. Oh, I'm trying to think. See, I could. Because this is the back, I'll never see it. So it doesn't really make sense to install RGB back here. The top I will see. And it would make sense to install a fan up here so that any heat that comes up can get blown out the top. So I wonder if maybe I should install this up here. And then get one of the old ones that don't light up and put it back here. You can never have too much cooling in your case. Now, I guess that also depends on how noisy it would be. That could also be a factor. But for the most part, you can never have too much airflow. You can always have too little. And that's something you want to avoid. Guess for now. Whoops. Alright, so the first thing you want to see, for any fan, you're going to have, the company name or whatever for the most part on the front. My PC build really blows. Or it sucks, depending on which way the fans are blowing. But then you'll also have the electrical information. The electrical information is where the air is going out. So in this case, when in any fan like this, this is the back, this is the front, and the airflow is always front to back. So if you accidentally do it like this, then it's going to be taking the air and pulling it in, which in this case is not what you want. You want it to pull the cold air from the front and then blow the hot air out the back of the top. So always make sure that you have this in the direction that it's going away. Unless it's a reverse flow fan, well, it shouldn't be. I mean, if that's the case, then something's goofy. They've kind of standardized on this being the outbound direction. Man, see, now I really want to put this on top. Screw it, that's what I'll do. I'll go grab one of the old ones and throw that back here. But to install a fan, you can see that on a case like this, all you have to do is align the holes up with wherever you're going to mount it. Almost all fans will come with a set of particular screws that are meant to go specifically with fans. You don't bother cleaning your PC anymore? Yeah, it's been a long time since I've actually dusted out my machine. So, these screws are generally shorter and stubbier. I guess autofocus doesn't work on the... Oh, this doesn't have an autofocus to it. The threads are a little bit thicker between each one. And that's simply because you're literally drilling the hole. You know, you're digging the edges into the fan. But all you do is you align it up with wherever you want it to go. Again, make sure you got the airflow going the right way. I'll tell you from experience, don't tighten them as you put them in, because chances are you're going to have to make adjustments. There we go. Fan's installed. It's done. And you can do that anywhere in the case. Any more tenant Ferox incidents? Damn it, I keep forgetting to put that on YouTube. Ugh. I'm very disappointed in myself. So, I mean, that's all for installing a fan. It's 4 screws in the corner, you just mount it to the case, and you're done. That's all there is to it. So, installing fan, this case is nice because it's got room for 7 fans if I really want it. Actually, it's got more than that because it's got room for on the bottom that I can install a fan if I want to. But again, you can never have too much cooling. You can never have too much airflow. You can always have not enough. And I love my cubes, but I've run into problems where I didn't have enough cooling in them and they kind of overloaded. All right, the first thing I'm going to install for this, I'm going to install the power supply. The reasoning is very simple. This is the Lian Li. I'm trying to remember what the model number is. Shazbot. I got the box out in the other room. I'd have to look it up. Micro Center just seems to sell a bunch of Lian Li's. I'd have to go out and look it up. But this is nice because it's actually a micro ATX sized case, but it can fit an entire ATX motherboard, which was surprising. Thermaltake V200, you hate it, wouldn't recommend, stock fans suck. There's not much airflow. Yeah, airflow is, like I said, that's why we upgraded my youngest daughter's case. It was more of a business style case, so it wasn't meant to really handle a high power video card or anything. And it's just not been doing well with heating because it doesn't have a lot of airflow to it. So when we were down to get these components, we bought her a new case, and she's been loving it. Is it a 01? Let me go check. I don't know if that's it. Nope, it is. You're right. That's an 011 or 011 mini. But yes, you're correct. Alright, Dragonvale, thank you for stopping by. Greatly appreciate it. But I'm going to install the power supply first because I have never lost a component to static electricity. I know a lot of people in the building community are paranoid about that. They like you to have the anti-static straps and all that other stuff. Well, if you install the power supply first and you plug it in, not turn it on, just plug it in, it'll ground the case. So just by installing it, you can have the case grounded and you won't have to worry about static electricity. But again, I have never lost a component to static electricity. Doesn't mean you won't, but I guess it never hurts to be a little bit safe. I'll tell you though, one thing I love about these Lian Li cases, they include this. All of the screws and so forth, organized, put in little bags. They even got the screws for cooling fans and so forth. This is awesome! So you got your own little storage case from them. I really like Lian Li for this kind of stuff. Lightning Strike is kind of different than what we're talking about here. So I need to find the right screws for this power supply. You know what? I'm going to take advantage of this. I'm going to put that right in there. I'm just going to dump those in. Hey, Trekkie. I mean, yes, it is static electricity, but, I mean, you're also being a smartass. Just call a spade a spade. So power supplies, you cannot put them in the wrong way. Because whereas 3 of the screws are pretty much in the same location, another one is going to be offset. So you got corner, 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 and then this one is in a completely different location. So you can't put this in the wrong way. I mean, you could, but then you can't screw it in properly, so... Oh, God, the comments are coming! Talking about screws and putting it in, and oh my God. Is Vulcanet around? Kuro, don't tempt her. Nah, we love Vulcanet. I'd marry that woman in a heartbeat, but it'd really piss my wife off. Alright, so I'm going to take this out of the way for now. Man. There we go. You don't want to tempt Vulcan. Alright, I need to... Oh, here it is. It already comes with the cable. Nice! As it should. So, power is off. There, the case is grounded. Someday you'll build a desktop computer from scratch. You've installed parts on computers, desktops, and laptops. Yeah, I mean, that's... Again, one of the most... probably the part that will take the most time to do this is running cables, hooking the individual cables up to the motherboard. Otherwise, it's not much. It's not that difficult. I'm going to turn her around. Now, once that's done, I'm going to switch to the overhead. Yay! Back a little bit. Look at that, we got a genuine overhead now, finally. So, this is one spot where you need to pay attention. This comes down to the motherboard, the kind of motherboard you get. Most PCs nowadays, it looks like, granted it's been a while since I've built a PC before this one and my son's. Each case has these little posts scattered around for the motherboard. And the reason is they have to lift the motherboard up because motherboards have circuitry on both sides. And you obviously don't want the circuitry to touch the case. That could be disastrous. So they have these posts to lift the motherboard up. You just need to make sure that the posts line up with the motherboard holes. Let me get my motherboard here. Here's the motherboard I'm using. Here's the back panel. The back panel goes right there. All the PCI slots. Here are the slots for them right here. Just need to make sure that everything lines up. So first thing that most motherboards have is a faceplate. And this faceplate is simply meant to match up with the back. So, just like that. What you have to do first is force it in place. You just push it until it snaps into place. And you got your faceplate. So now the faceplate is in. And this is where you need to be careful. So as you can see, there are posts here, 3 here, 3 here, which should be fine.
Remember when the platform was sliding into the fire pit and I said goodbye, and you were like,
No way.
There.
and then I was all, we
There.
pretended we were going to murder
3 of
you.
them match up
That
here,
was great.
and then 3 of them match up here. You have to be careful with that because, again, there's circuitry on the underside. So you have to make sure that you have accessibility to that circuitry. And then that it's not accessibility. You have to make sure that you have all the posts line up, because we ran into this with my daughter's machine. Her motherboard did not have a hole for one of the posts that was in the case. If I did not take that post out, it would have short-circuited. So there are 9 posts here. There are 9 holes in the motherboard. With her case, it had 9 posts, but there were only 8 holes on her motherboard. So I had to remove the post that wasn't necessary because it could have shorted out the motherboard, which would be a very bad thing. So with this, seeing as how all the posts are there, that's in place, everything is good. You just gently put it in there, line up the holes with the posts. And most posts now also have a little bit of a lip to them that you can actually recess the motherboard into it and lock it in place. And there you go. It's in place. All I need to do now, there will be some screws. They'll have thin threads on them, and they'll have a little flange at the top. And those are the screws from the motherboard. Oh, sorry. Hold on, right back.
It is time, Kiddo. Wake up. Something's happening. You are needed. Wake up.
Well, that was fun. Sorry about that. My voice is going to be off for a little bit right now. Unfortunately, what happened, I have asthma. And with asthma comes a little bit of mucus buildup in the lungs. It's normal. It's unfortunate. Every now and then the mucus likes to come up. Or phlegm, I guess as it's known there. And a little bit just came up and got caught in my throat. So yeah, that triggered my gag reflex. I'm alright. Asthma sucks. Oh yeah, I hate it. But I mean, it's otherwise well controlled. So I can't complain too much. You have a mucus problem, but not asthma. Oh my god. When you eat, you have to clear your throat for an hour. Okay, I know what you're talking about. I highly recommend you start to take 1,200 milligram Mucinex or generic equivalent twice a day. I know exactly what you're talking about, where you just feel a whole bunch of phlegm in your throat that won't go away. I have started taking, and I've been doing this for a few years now, 1,200 milligram Mucinex or generic twice a day, and it keeps my throat clear. And it also helps to keep the stuff a little bit thinned out from my lungs as well. Yeah, it's another one of those things where you're stuck paying the money for that for the rest of your life, but quality of life-wise is so much better. Because I used to, it would drive me nuts because it's like I couldn't sleep because I would have this mucus build up in my throat. I'd go downstairs and I'd try to like swallow bread without chewing a lot of it, hoping that it could kind of like scrape that mucus off the inside of my throat. I hated it. I started taking, it's guaifenesin is the ingredient. I just started taking 1,200 milligrams of that twice a day. I don't have a problem. In fact, I can tell when I stop taking it, that buildup starts up again. I mean, you could start off with the 600 milligram. I would not recommend going any lower than that. Try taking 600 milligrams twice a day. See if that works for you. All right, anyway. So we got the motherboard in. She's locked in place because of the way the posts are set up. And it's just a matter of securing it to the case. And once those screws are in, your motherboard is installed. That's it. That's all there is to the actual physical installation of the motherboard. Now, connecting the wires, it's a little bit different. But most of the motherboards nowadays have just about anything you want to know printed on the motherboard itself. So it's like, oh, well, now wait, what do I want? Where does this cable go to? You know, a lot of times you can just look at the motherboard and say, oh, that's where it goes. Come on. Now, obviously, I'm taking more time here because I'm explaining to all you guys and making sure you understand it. But I've mentioned this story before, but for anyone who's new to the stream, that about 2 years ago, my oldest daughter, someone that she graduated with, contacted me because he knew that I was a PC geek. And he was like, hey, I'm going to get the components for a new PC. Could you help me install it? I said, sure, no problem. He brought the components over, and we actually worked on it in the kitchen. And it was just what I'm explaining here, you know. This goes here, this goes here, this goes here. You install this, da-da-da, you connect this, you connect this. An hour and a half, maybe. And I said, okay, let's install Windows. And he just said, that's it? Yeah, that's it. Not much else to do. We spent more time dealing with Windows and letting it update than we did actually with the physical build. What about the fatherboard? Yeah, they do have daughter boards. So that's it. At least physically, this motherboard is installed. Now, cabling, that's another issue. But we can at least get the other stuff going. So, let me see, okay. Where's my CPU? Did I leave it out there? I might have left it out there. Hold on, I'm stupid. So, as I said, right here, to install the CPU, you open up that latch. Wow, this is a little bit different. I've never installed an AM5 system before.
Another believer. Please
I like
hold
that.
for redemption.
That's gotta come off. There we go. So that plastic case comes off. Took you about a day to build it. Yeah, I mean, it can. Whoop. Yep. One thing that I like about this new AM5 setup is there are no pins. There are no pins involved. This is just a flat piece, which is there you go. Now that it focused. So it just rests in here. The pins are actually on the motherboard. Now here, you can see there's a little triangle here. You will have one triangle. The triangle will be on one corner. And you'll see on the motherboard, and Intel should be the same way. There is also a little triangle in this corner. So you need to make sure that the triangles match up. And that's how you know that the chip is being inserted the right way. Oh, it looks like, oh, that's nice. They've also got some physical notches. Yeah, and corresponding notches right there to make sure that that it goes in only one way. So they made this even more foolproof. Put that in place. Put the cover down. There we go. CPU's installed. That's it. That's all there is for the CPU. Damn, things cost more than... Yeah, well, you know, I wonder how much of that is the technology or just price gouging. And what Fuzzy's talking about is before COVID, it was very easy to get even a basic motherboard, especially for AMD, for less than $100. Now, good luck paying less than $150 to $175 for a decent motherboard that you're not worried about frying as soon as you turn it on. So, yeah, I don't know how the cost is related, but yeah. So, I mean, granted, we still have to deal with thermal paste. We still have to deal with installing the CPU cooler. We'll get there. But the CPU itself, that was it. Lift the lever, lift the case, lift the hood, put it in place, and that's it. It's done. And the thing is, if you ever have, let's say this was a Ryzen 5, or even let's just keep it as a Ryzen 7. Let's say someday I wanted to upgrade to a Ryzen 9. As long as it's compatible with this motherboard, I just take the cooling fan off, pop the lever, take the CPU out, throw the 9 in, close it, seal it, redo the thermal paste, and slap the cooler back on. That's it. I've changed the CPU. Less than 10 minutes, and you can you can upgrade the CPU. Three nanometers too far. Shut up, LT. Just a smart ass, aren't you? So, memory. Let me just get one thing off the memory. So, one thing that I've learned over the years. God, I hope you focus. Nice. So right here, you see these numbers listed as the CL. Every memory stick should have it. You should keep track of those numbers. Those are what are called the timing issues, delay timing. And basically, that's how quickly they should respond once they get a command from the motherboard. The motherboard doesn't always get these timings correct. So if these timings are not properly set in the motherboard, you could get blue screens and other problems. I've been there many times. I've had multiple instances where the motherboard thought the timings were different than they were. Blue screens, problems, lockups. I go into the BIOS, I force the settings to be what's on the chip, problem went away. So that's just one thing that you might want to keep track of. So I want to write these numbers down. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to write them down. I'm going to get my phone and just take a picture of them. With my brand new Pixel 7, because I was stupid and dropped my Pixel 5a. There we go. Any excuse to upgrade, I guess. Once tried to overclock your RAM when it was, bricked your PC, had to drain, I do not overclock. I will not overclock. I see no need for it. I don't play to a degree where, oh my god, and I don't have an EP-ness to worry about, where it's like, I have to get those extra 2 frames per second, man. I have to get those extra 2 frames per second, otherwise I'm less of a gamer. Screw you. just go to hell with that mentality, please. Alright. So, most motherboards... Oh, nice. These even tell you which ones to use first. That's nice. That's nice. Alright, let me get that. So this is what I was saying. To install memory, instead of waiting for 6 months for someone to tell you to come in and do it for you, you push the latches open, align it so that the notch on the chip lines up with the notch in the slot. See? So I had that one backwards. So we put it this way. And you push it down until those clasps lock into place. And that's it. And you repeat. Done. Memory's installed. That's it. Memory is installed. You're done. So, like I said, always buy memory in pairs. If you really want to, you can buy them and load up the whole the whole set of slots. You can do that too. The benefit to that, obviously, is you could get faster throughput on the memory. Not enough that you're going to see a difference. I will say that straight up. The drawback is if you load up the whole thing of chips and you want to upgrade, you're going to have to completely replace chips. Now, these are 32 gigs, so it's two 16s. I've got plenty of room to expand to 64 if I want to. I just buy 2 more 16s and done. But that's it. Memory is installed. That's why I had to laugh the last stream when I built my son's PC. Someone mentioned in chat that, I guess it was a parent or grandparent or whatever, waited 6 months for someone to come over to their house to install the memory. You just saw me do it in 20 seconds. And the only reason why it took 20 seconds was because I was explaining what to do. Otherwise, it's just boop, 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 done, 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 snap, you're done. So don't ever be afraid of installing memory. Just make sure you get memory that's compatible with your motherboard. And if you're going to have to mix and match, like these are G skills, I will try to, if I ever do upgrade, I can't imagine why I would. If I ever do upgrade, I'm going to try to get the exact same part number. If you can't, then make sure that your motherboard will allow you to have mixed pairs. Because you could get 2 sets of memory of different speeds. Your motherboard might be able to handle that. It should, and I stress should. If you have one set of chips that's like 5,000 megahertz and you buy brand new ones that are 6,000, the motherboard should slow the 6,000 megahertz down to 5,000, but there's no guarantee. So that's why if you can't get the memory that you know you'll want right from the start, try to get the exact same memory later on if you can. At worst, fine, get a different one, but make sure it's the exact same speed. So if this is 5,000 megahertz and you can't get this exact kind again, get another 5,000 megahertz and you should be fine. If Razer made motherboards, it would be $800 at the low end. Yeah, but then the software to run the motherboard wouldn't be updated anymore after 2 years, so what's the use? So I can put these away now.
This is the Warframes.
But you see what I mean? You're going to spend more time running cables and actually connecting the wires and so forth than you are actually installing hardware. So I don't, obviously my 3060 is in my machine. I'm not changing that. That's going to stay until I know that this is all done. So for now, I'm just going to use an old 1030 just to make sure it's loaded up and I can get the NVIDIA drivers. And of course, I forgot that one, so I'll be right back.
Trinity.
Woo, good. Box.
Valkyr. Bowband. Zephyr. This is the Warframes.
So yeah, this is a crappy card, not worthy of gaming, but it can at least let me install an NVIDIA card, get drivers, and so forth. Razer, I think, is just overrated. You know, I remember at one point a friend of mine he was just diehard Razer, but then he'd complain that the mouse wasn't working, the keyboard wasn't working, the software was being wonky. And it's just like, really? Okay, so
It is time.
you can see it's got multiple slots. ones with the tabs like this. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit and let the lighting come back. There we go. Ones with the tabs like this are meant for GPUs. Because these are going to technically be faster than these. So, this is if you want to run 2 GPUs, you can, fine, whatever. So all you need to do to install a video card is make sure you see which... hold on. Bring this up so you can see what I'm talking about. There we are. Just make sure you get the right cover. Some video cards are going to require, like my 3060 will require that I take 2 covers off instead of just 1 for this. I'll deal with that later. Just unscrew that, take the cover off, and it's the same thing here. Push the tab down, insert the card until it locks in place. And then put the screws back in. Okay, I just installed the video card. That's it. Video card's installed. Now, I mean, it's more than that. This is a crappy old video card. It's weak. It doesn't need other external power. Newer video cards will require power to come in from the power supply. That's fine. But still, again, regardless of running the cables, that's it. That's how you install a video card. Even a 4090 or whatever the newest AMD Radeon card is. You just open up that tab, you push the card in place, you know, after you remove the appropriate covers, and it's installed. So there you go. The main hardware for this system is now done. And every single one of them was very easy to do. Now we get to the fun part. Running cables, fishing them through the case, doing the stuff needed for the cooler. That's where more of the work comes in. Although, now hold on. Now this is a first for me. I've never had NVMe memory before. I've only had SSD and magnetic, so this is a new one for me. So in this case, the NVMe slot for this motherboard, the first one anyway, is right there. So it's going to be this slot. And you can see there are 2 marks here because there are different sizes. So you just need to know which one this is going to go to. So this is going to go to the outer one. So in this case, and all these little screws and so forth, should be a post meant specifically.
Another believer. Please hold
this
for
one.
redemption.
That might not be the one. Hold on. I've never done NVMe before, so this might be a little bit of a, fishing expedition to get the right one. But all this stuff should be in here. Let's see if I can find it. You know, I know what I'm going to do. Don't you dare tear on me and have the screws go all over the place. Okay, those are for cooling units. I can tell just by looking at them. See it over here. Those screws are for coolers. So that's not what I'm looking for. Can it sit for me up there? All right, here we go. Yes, this is another M2 slot here that's covered up. Not quite sure what those are for. Yes, I know. I think I know what those are for. This case is kind of weird that it's got a separate mounting mechanism for like 2.5-inch drives. And I think that's what these screws are for. Because it also has these rubber grommets, which I think these are what you use in conjunction with those to install hard drives and so forth, especially magnetic hard drives, to reduce vibrations. I think that's what those are for. So let me see. That's interesting. Is that a... Oh, that's clever. So this is a hexagonal shape. So then they include this cap so that you can tighten it with a regular flathead screwdriver. Or a Phillips head screwdriver. That's pretty clever. Alright, Cargris, have a good night. Yeah, this is an AM5 motherboard. It freaking better handle NVMe. Now, that's giving me some resistance. I don't think that's the right post. Interesting. If this motherboard didn't include the right posts, I'm gonna be pissed. Because the chip doesn't include it, because they don't know what kind of motherboard you've got. I actually have heard of people running into this, too. Let me see. Hold on. That fits in there. That comes down, but that needs... Oh, that's interesting. So it's a spring kind of thing. And it just needs to be able to hold down in place. Alright. Let me see something quickly.
It is time.
Hold on. I will be right back.
Tenno, you are needed.
Another believer. Please hold for redemption.
Yeah, not gonna deny, I'm a little annoyed. I actually went out and I couldn't find the manual for this, so I grabbed the PDF. And they don't specifically give instructions on how to install M2. And none of the screws specifically say that they will fit in there, which is really I've heard of other people saying that this is a problem, like you need to go out and buy separate screws to use M2. Now that one fits, so maybe that will work. Let me try that. So that fits in. There's a little groove there, so that, again, that can only go in one way.
Focus. Find the power.
Yep. Jerk. Hello there. Hey, Yog. I was holding it in place. It's not super locked down. I don't think it needs to be locked down. Guess I'll find out. Well, I'm going to have to open up the case anyway to install my other video card, so I'm going to wait on installing that other NVMe just in case. But this particular chip came with a heatsink, or heat spreader as they call it. I'm going to throw that on there. That is the one drawback to these.
How long is it? That's a rather personal question,
sir. They get hot really quickly. And when they get hot, they slow down dramatically. Yeah, it's secured, so it shouldn't be an issue. Right. Crash out of here. Besides me. So, there we go. CPU's installed, memory's installed, storage is installed, video card's installed for what it is. And how this works is going to completely depend on different cases. These ports right here are, if you are using standard SSDs or even hard drives, whatever, these are what are called your SATA ports. SATA. Oops, hold on, you can't see it. My bad. Most motherboards have them up here. If you have storage like regular SSDs, regular magnetic drives, this is the data connection for them. You basically just take a data cable, plug it in, the system should recognize it. Now the fun part, running some wiring. And again, this is going to be more or less problematic depending on what kind of case you get. Especially nowadays, a lot of cases are trying to hide cabling as much as possible. Seeing cables inside the case recently has become some kind of evil thing that needs to be avoided, which I don't quite understand or agree with. You have to go into... Well, yeah, I mean, you can't allocate the space until you're actually installing. But that's fine. So now, the fun part. Kind of. So, one thing I didn't mention on the power supplies, I got what is called a fully modular system, which means you only plug in the cables that you need. These are a little bit more expensive than regular cases, but you don't have to have cables dangling all over the place. If you only need, you like seeing the wire? You know, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with seeing the wire. It's all a matter of preference. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people really prefer their cases to be wire-free. For some reason, it's a bad thing. Whatever. It's preference. But in this case, I like to go with the fully modular one because you only use the cables that you need. Now, granted, that means that if you want to expand later, and you need more cables, you need to make sure that you can find them. Not that I speak from experience of losing PSU cables at all. No, not me. So, first things first, let's get the motherboard cable. And one of the nice things about the cable is they're all, so this cable is for the CPU. How do you know? Oh, there it is.
Another believer.
This one is
Please
for...
hold for redemption.
Oh, okay, 8 pins. This is for the graphics card. This is what's called a Molex connector. This is the old school stuff. So if you buy a fan that has, this kind of plug to it, well, you're going to need this kind of cable for it. You might be hard pressed to find hardware that needs this anymore, but it's still good to have the cable. This is another GPU cable, because 8 pins like that is for the GPU. This is PCI Express, so there's another one that could be used for the GPU. We're getting to the... Oh, that's definitely the motherboard cable. Because you really can't use this anywhere else. This is definitely for the motherboard. And then... these are your standard serial ATA storage connectors. So if you have the old traditional, 2.5-inch serial ATA drives, that's what these are for. So for the motherboard, we just take this cable, zoom out just a little bit. So the nice thing about these is that they can really only go in one way. In this case, you can see that it's split into whatever that is, like 20 and 10. Well, so then that would be this end. And you got the clips on one end. So, well, it got a combination of these ports are different shapes. You can see some of them are squares, some of them have corners taken off. So between the clips and the format of the pins, you can't screw it up. They can only go in one way. Goes in there. And of course, push it until you hear that clip click. Right, so that's in. And again, this is going to depend on the case, how it's all set up. But then there should be places for you to fish it through, one way or another. Come on. It's alright, no one will hurt you. Take that whole damn thing out for now. RGB controllers, pumps, and such use Molex Connect. Okay. Really? Even RGB controllers? All the RGB controllers I've seen use... Oh, I see. So this is... Got it. All the RGB controllers I've seen use SATA power. This actually goes through this area up here. Again, this whole thing is all going to depend on your case. There we go. Here. And again, you can only do it one way. The plugs are going to be a certain format. The clip is going to be here, and there's a little notch right here for you to attach the clip onto. So you can only put this in one way. Okay, that's done. I'll put this back on. if I haven't screwed that up enough. Yeah, I'll fix that later. So now the next one is, you can see here, there are connectors right there. Those are going to be for the CPU. And the one is listed as, well, CPU power 1 and CPU power 2. You know what? I'm going to do it this way instead. See if this will... Because I mean, you get the idea. So now either one of these ports could be used for the CPU. It doesn't matter. They put out the same amount of power. So I'll grab that CPU cable, as you can see. CPU. No, don't blink like that. Goes in there. Looks like it needs 2 of them, so let me find one, the other one. There it is, CPU. Damn, this thing needs 2 power supplies for the CPU? Jesus. Okay. Fine. I'm gonna put that down here. I guess those are different rails. Oh, you're gonna go in there? Oh, dumbass. See? Gotta use this one. Take this, just fish it through the same place. This is where you're going to do most of the work. Yeah, although, see, now, this is where they give you options, which is nice. I could have also fished it right through there, which is probably what I should do. Instead of fishing it through here, I fished it through that little hole right there. Again, you don't have to. It is aesthetics and aesthetics only. All up to you and what you want to do. Yep, there it is. I can fish this up here. I mean, there are some cases where you actually are mounting everything on your wall. There's no case per se. It's a display plaque or whatever. You put the motherboard there, you put the storage there, you run the cables, you run the power, and it puts your CP on your wall. Which I'm not gonna lie, is actually, I think it's kind of cool. Oops, that front came off, I'll take that off. So, same thing. There's a latch back here. And that light's not really helping, is it? I know it'll work. Yeah, it's, yeah. I understand that. So these, again, they have a clip here, so it can only go in one way. This motherboard has the clips back here on the side. closest to the case, so you just put it in place, it locks in.
Something's happening, Tenno.
Put it in place, and it locks in. Okay, that's done. Now we get to the one part that's going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. And that's this. How much of a pain in the ass this is depends on the kind of cooler you get. If you get a cooler that is made specifically for a Ryzen or an AM5, these brackets have clips right here at the end. So you basically put the thermal paste on, put the fan down, latch it into these clips, lock them in place, you're done. Regrettably, the fan that I got isn't that easy. Which I guess is good for you, because then you'll get to see it, how it works. So I got myself this. This is what we also have on my son's machine. But this cooler, as a third-party cooler, is meant for either Intel or AMD. But again, the drawback to that is I'm gonna have to remove these, which is a pain in the ass. Fitting those clips on those hooks is annoying. I haven't really had a problem with it. I actually have a stock AMD fan that came with my son's Ryzen 5. It might work with the 7 in the addition to all of the other airflow that's going on, but I'll do it the right way. I want to make sure I've got everything here. Great, some of the bags opened up. I think everything I need is here. Alright, so unfortunately for this, kidding me. Okay, so this is where this case can hold 3.5-inch drives. Or sorry, 5.25-inch drives. So the old style drives. I need to be able to remove this to get access to that. I see how they do it. Hold on, let me zoom out. You have no idea what I'm talking about. So I need to take this out so that I have access to the back of the motherboard. You're shitting me. You're shitting me. I think I need to take the motherboard out. I think I need to take the motherboard out. Because it looks like this case was clearly meant for Intel motherboards, not AMD. We'll see. I might be able to get away with it. Because that plate has to come off. But they don't give me full access to it. So this plate no, I think I'm okay. This plate goes on top, which means this plate must still be needed to secure it. But it would be a lot nicer if I had full access to the back plate, because this is what's going to support the this is what's going to support the fan bracket. I think we're all right. I think we're all right. All right, Jamie, thanks for stopping by. Greatly appreciate it. I think I might be okay. All right, I'm not going to worry yet. Not going to worry yet. But that does kind of suck that they don't give full access to that plate. All right, so let's... this... that has to come off. Yeah, I wish that would have been nice if I got a Ryzen 7 with a fan on it. Because my last Ryzen 7, the one that I've got in my old machine, my current machine, that had a fan with it, and that fan has been doing great. I haven't had any cooling issues with it. This is absolutely going to fall as soon as I release this, so I got to hold the plate on. Ah, nice. Okay, so the plate has posts here. So those should help to hold it on. Okay, good. Trying to remember what I had to do. So this. If I remember correctly. Hold on, when in doubt, RTFM. Which, if you're not familiar with that term, RTFM is read the fucking manual. It is a long-standing IT tradition that when people don't look up information that is readily available, you tell them to RTFM. I mean, you don't because you can get in trouble for it, but you know, you're just saying. All right, so. Okay, should be all right. I'm gonna go for the black posts instead of the red ones because it's just going with the motif.
Have you given your offering today?
Incoming transmission.
Hold on, for being a bitch.
Attention tempo.
You think you're winning?
Interesting.
Have only been attacking the auxiliary cores.
Oh, I have to go with the red ones. The black ones don't. Oh, the black ones are for intel. I have to use red. Well, I'll tell you. There we go. So the red ones snap on.
Destroy them.
And again, you won't necessarily have to do this for whatever cooler you get. If you buy a CPU that has a cooler with it, it's most likely going to be ready to fit right on the motherboard. You're probably not going to have to go through all this, but this is a third-party cooler, so having to go through all this is not totally surprising. And these gotta fit. Yep, this can only fit one way. All right. As long as I can get one of these in, should be all right. In fact, hold up.
Waking up, the chaos is reality. Sure enough, I'm unsure if I believe it. I have found that since
These posts are different sizes. So it looks like I need the longer posts for the AMD side. And here's where I could be screwed. Like I said, some of those bags opened up. I'm... Fuck me running. I think I'm missing the one bolt that I need. Unless it happens to be in this bag, which would be nice. Nope, those are smaller. I might be SOL. I might be SOL here. As parts fall all over the place. Clear off all unnecessary parts just to make sure. Could be F, maybe. Because the problem is, if this is going to be holding the cooler, unless, hold on. Nope, that wasn't the screw. And I just opened this box too. So let me verify. Those are definitely all for Intel. This is for AMD.
Wake up, town. Something's happening. You are needed. It is time.
See something. That definitely fits in better. So where's the bottom? The bottom is going to be here. I knew you were going to do that. So this is going to be the top up here. Which means the pressure will be to go down. Let me see, I might be able to save this. I might be able to save this.
Incoming audio transmission.
Depends on if the screws are compatible between AMD and Intel, and if they're not, might be in trouble. Because if the threads are different, that is not going in. The threads are not compatible. Wow.
I'm detecting a large security force heading your way. It's not going in. No, wait, it's the corpus. Definitely the corpus.
Yeah, they're missing a screw. I mean, I know that feeling. Well, in fairness, it's not like I would... It's going to take a while for me to transition from my old PC to this one anyway. Getting the software installed, making sure everything works. I can get as much installed as possible. Make sure that the ones up top are secure. The ones on bottom are going to be held in by gravity. No, that's still not a safe thing to do because this is going to pull away. And I could try to contact the company and say, hey. Or I could try to find... I might even have a screw that has this same thread. You know, when you're an old fart like me and you buy your own house and you like to do a lot of woodwork and electronics, you end up with a massive jar of just a whole bunch of screws. And I might have one that's compatible with this.
Wake up,
And in the meantime, I might also find the one that's missing after I start cleaning up. Alright. Gonna run a bit of a risk here. We'll see what happens. And this bracket is steel. It shouldn't be an issue. Let's see what the thread is for that. Oh, wait. Could that possibly maybe work? It'd be great if I could use one of the previous screws for it. I mean, it's obviously going to be the same thread. Don't know if it'll reach, though. Come on. These are the screws that just came out of here, so they should fit into that plate. What's going on here? Hold on. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. I am this close. Doesn't have a lot to attach to. That's the problem. If this was just a few millimeters longer, this would work just fine.
When I was just a dreamer, my several gates deployed. As I was locked on lure, my mind piercing the void. A purple figure seeding,
Stop that.
knowledge I need to face.
Not giving up. I'll bet I could run down to my local Lowe's or Home Depot and find a screw with that thread length, or with that thread type, that length, and use that. I will bet. Let me see if I can at least get this connected. If I can get this connected... Yep, not long enough to tighten up. Shit. These other ones are the wrong... It's the wrong thickness and the wrong thread depth. Gosh, dang it! No, I'm gonna go with this for now. Make sure this is tight and secure. I don't think this will be a problem for now. If this is the top and this is the bottom, gravity is going to force this plate to go downward or to push against the motherboard once the fan is on. I think I'll be okay for the time being as long as I can get replacement screws before I actually start to put this into production. I know it's not a question of gravity, but it's got 3 of them. This plate is steel. And that fan screws onto these posts. God almighty, this is so freaking annoying. But, you know what, honestly? The fact that you're seeing this, and you're seeing the frustrations that can go along with it, then, you know, it kind of helps you to understand what can happen. Let's see. These have anything that could work? It doesn't look like it.
I'm sorry. You must prepare for what comes next.
I didn't think the case would have anything like it. Damn it! Halfway tempted. Halfway tempted to just get that cooler from my son's Ryzen 5. And then just put those brackets back on. Because honestly, my Ryzen 7 that I have now looks like pretty much the same fan that his Ryzen 5 came with. And if it turns out that it's not sufficient, well, in the meantime, I can get the parts for this. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Which, of course, means that as soon as the stream is over and I start cleaning up, oh, there's the screw. Because that's how it works. I'm going to do that. I'm just going to go grab that Ryzen 5 cooler. See if it fits. It might not, because his system is AM4. So this I still might be screwed. But if I can use this as a temporary measure, screws are the same. Now I'm glad that I had that. And then I'll write to the company who did the CPU. I mean, I could also just return it to, just go back down to Micro Center and say, hey, guys. I mean, watch me argue with a return trip to Micro Center. Oh no. Please no. Not another trip to Micro Center. Oh no, no, no. I mean, as long as the Ryzen 5 cooler can pull the heat away, the case fan can do the rest. Or the multiple case fans can do the rest. Come on, off. 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 You're gonna make me get tweezers, aren't you? Ugh. Not tweezers, pliers. That's the word I wanted. Same principle, different name. Actually, no, I keep those off because this will mount right to it. Alright, now here, you can see this little gray splotch here. That's thermal paste. The stuff that comes with it generally isn't awful, but they're not going to give you super high quality stuff either. I prefer to have, you know, better stuff than this. Some people are going to debate on that one, whatever. This is my stream and I'm putting my PC together, so I don't use the default thermal paste unless I really don't have a choice. So, what I'm going to do is go get some rubbing alcohol, which takes that stuff off very easily, and then I'm going to apply regular thermal paste. Plus, the benefit to this is that you get to see how thermal paste is applied. All I need is basic, nothing fancy, regular rubbing alcohol. Takes this stuff right off. It's off already. It's done. That's it. Same thing with the CPU. If ever you're changing the thermal paste, maybe you're up like what I'm going to end up doing, probably replacing the CPU cooler. You don't want to leave the thermal paste on there that's already there. Just get some alcohol, wipe it off the fan, wipe it off the CPU, apply new thermal paste, and you're good to go. So that's it. It's off. Didn't use thermal paste? What? What? Uncle Roger, go hiya! God, I hope you know what I'm referring to. What is this? I mean, it should still transfer some heat, but it's absolutely not ideal. The whole idea for thermal paste is to get in the little grooves that you can't see unless you go into like an microscope or something. It should still pull some heat from it. It's still not the best idea. Is that plate gonna... Ooh, that plate might even be secured. Oh! Oh! Nice! So that plate might actually be or somehow secured to the motherboard. Oh! Oh, I see it. Okay. So the plate... Oh, I like that. Here I was all worried about the plate falling off. It ain't gonna happen. Because not only do you have the mounting bracket screws, the plate is also attached to the CPU bracket. So this back plate ain't coming off. Nice. Nice. Hey, Katie. Yeah, I mean, I think that this will be fine. And then in the meantime, I have to work tomorrow night, but Tuesday I can just run back down and say, "Hey guys, this didn't have everything. Can I have a replacement, please? Thank you." So I'm not worried about it. And like I said, I have no intentions of having this replace my PC before Tuesday. Because I've still got to do all the installation, install the software, make sure that all of my OBS stuff gets transferred over, you know, all that good stuff. So I'm not too worried about it. All right, I'm going to drop this back down. Change the camera. I mean, honestly, I'm glad, especially for those of you who are like, I've never built a PC before and it's so complicated. I mean, it can be. Sure, it can be. But at the same time, if you run into problems, you can see how I'm handling it. You don't need to panic and be, oh my god, John, help! Ah! You don't need to be that way. At worst, as long as you didn't damage anything, the worst thing is that you might have to be delayed a little bit while you get replacement parts. Oh no. I'd rather be delayed having to get replacement parts than completely break something. Just rage, yes. The rage of inconvenience. I get it. But this should work just fine. Alright. Again, when it comes to applying thermal paste, there are plenty of YouTube videos out there that say straight up, the method doesn't matter. Most of the heat is generated from the center of the die. So that's where you want the thermal paste to be. You don't want to have too much, because if it glops over onto the contacts, that could be a problem, especially if it's a cooling paste, or a thermal paste that has silver in it, because that might short out some of the contacts. You don't want that. So yes, you can have too much. You can also have too little. But generally, a pea-sized amount in the middle. When you put the fan on, the pressure will spread it out. When you turn it on, the heat will also spread it out a little bit more. That should be more than enough to cover the thermal requirements of the CPU. People are going to argue about that. Well, too bad. You're wrong. You're wrong. So this is nice. So this doesn't need those brackets either. This just goes right into the screws. The only thing to make sure with this, don't tighten one all the way and then tighten the others all the way. Do a star pattern. Do a little bit at a time. That'll help to spread the thermal paste out a bit more evenly. Yog, you better be listening to this, because you're going to be doing this soon enough. I mean, yes, I'll help you, of course. But it's much more fun to do it your own and to be able to say, hey, I built that. Just like the lug nuts on a car wheel. Yep, do the star pattern. Alright. That should work for the time being. Now, so the next question is, well, no, wait a minute. Where does the cable go to? Well, somewhere on the motherboard. Fortunately, most motherboards are labeled very nicely now. Hey, look at that, CPU fan 1. So you'll see that these have, maybe that might not be the easiest way. These have little notches right here. Oh, there we are. It's got little notches there, so you really can only install it one way. Those notches will match up with a little bracket that they have there. I don't know if you can see it. There we are. There's a little plastic post here. Just align those notches up with that plastic post. Done. Fans plugged in. Let me get these out of the way. All these screws and stuff out of the way.
Operator, are you awake?
All right. So in this case, we got the storage connected.
Operator, the system.
Like I said, if you had a standard 2.5-inch SSD, you'd have to follow your case instructions as to how to mount it, and then you'd have to run the cables. Let me go grab one so I can at least show you the cable differences. So here's a standard 2.5-inch SSD. And then you got these connectors. So you can't screw it up. The long one is for power. The short one is for data.
Incoming communication.
You see there's a little notch there on each one on the bottom. So then you line up the notch on the power cable with the notch on the disc. Power's attached. Data is the exact same way. You know, did the motherboard come with SATA cables? I got so many SATA cables, I'm not really worried about it. But it's the same thing. You can only put the cable on one way. This goes to the power supply. This goes to one of these ports. You can only install the cables one way. You can't screw it up. And once you do that, your storage is installed. Very simple. Sometimes this case is a little bit different. Sometimes cases will have slots right here for you to install your SSDs. Sometimes they'll be a little bit down lower. Some cases will have your power supply down low underneath the motherboard instead of, in this case, behind it. You know, and then the storage will be down there with it. It's all going to come down to how your case is set up. So that's why what you're seeing here, don't expect your case to be the same way. Unless you happen to get this exact same case, of course. So for this is unique to this particular set of fans. Is that my hub? Oh, there it is, yeah. So, and the same thing with the case fans. If you have a motherboard that just happens to have a lot of fans, fan connections to it, right here, well, this says pump fan on the motherboard. So this is if you have a water cooling system, that's specifically for the water cooling pump. Here's system fan 1. Well, I could plug this into that because that's system fan 1. Here's system fan 3. So I could plug one of these fans directly into that, which means somewhere here must be a system fan 2. I'd have to look up for, oh look, here's a system fan 4. So if I put another fan back here, which I'm going to do, I can just plug it right into here. So I've got this little hub that I was going to use for all these fans. I don't need them. Because I've got enough on the motherboard, I can just plug them in directly. I can still use it for cable management purposes, but I don't need to. Where's system fan 2 now? Now I'm curious. So there's 3. There it is. It's their system fan too. I've got enough ports on my motherboard to handle all the fans that I plan on installing. If you get a motherboard that doesn't, then you have an option of getting a fan hub like this, or they also have splitter cables where you can connect multiple fans into one port. The benefit to doing it this way is for most fans nowadays, the motherboard can detect the speed that the fan is going, and if it detects that the case is getting a little bit too hot, it can bump up the speed for the fans as it needs to. Not required. Give a new 10 on Relic Pack, nice. So in this case, I'm just going to connect them right to the motherboard. Oh, hold on. Wrong one, here it is. These are for controlling the RGB connections. Some motherboards do have that. I mean, here's the RGB controller right here. So if that's an issue, then okay. What's cool about these fans, I didn't notice this. If you don't have or don't want to use the motherboard, here's a separate controller for powering. Oh yeah, oh I see. This is for the RGB. I see how that is. So then this will be used to power the lights on the RGB. But this is a regular on-off and speed lower and increase. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that. Alright, so for what I'm doing, not including the fans, which I'm not going to worry about this very second. I mean, the case is open. What's the use? The one part that can get confusing is all the cable attachments for the case. Because, I mean, you've got all of your USB, you've got your power, you've got any other audio. Well, those need to be connected to the motherboard too. Those cables are generally going to be right here. They're being stubborn because, of course, take this power supply out.
The war frames. Ancient weapons from the old earth.
Power supply is still turned off.
Tenno can wield their power. But the Tenno are
Of course, if it wasn't, the system would try and
Another
boot, which
believer.
probably wouldn't be a
Please
good idea.
hold for redemption.
occupied the
As you get to look at the back of my ugly head.
The Grineer hunt for those Tenno that remain. They hunt for you. Wake up, Tenno.
Okay, here's some of them. Oh, I don't like the way they did this. And again, this is going to vary on the case you get. Go. Deal with cable management my way, thank you. Get this back in place.
Transmission received. Message arrived. Message received. There is a message waiting.
I did not just throw the screwdriver. You didn't see me do it. You'll never see it on the VOD. I'm deleting this VOD. Don't clip that, goddammit. Okay, so here are the cables to connect those front ports. Wow, they went a bit hog wild with the cable management here. Hold on. I personally don't really care. All I care about is as long as the airflow's not getting disrupted, I don't give a rat's rear end. There are people out there who's like, I can't see a single cable. Ah! All right, dude, chill, chill. I can't see a cable or I'll go crazy. Ah! All right. OCD much? No. Yeah, you are. Let's put back in place. There we go. All right. So this connector is for the USB-C port that's on the front. This one, zoom in so you can see that. Fortunately, these are all labeled. You see, okay, so this is for the power switch. This is for the hard drive LED. These are for the power LEDs. Whoop, there we are. So those are labeled, and they should be labeled on the motherboard as well. This one is for the USB, for the main USB port, so USB 2, USB 3. And this one is probably the audio, yep. These are the standard cables that you will find on just about every case. Obviously, if you have more options, you'll find more cables. So now it's a matter of fishing it through and seeing where the cables go. So the USB-C header is right here. The USB header is right here, and all the other, almost always the other motherboard, the power LED, the reset, all that are going to be down in this corner here. Almost always, they seem to have standardized on that. So really, the USB-C can be fished up here, and everything else can go down through here. Because for some reason, I don't know, actually the audio, for some reason audio they love to put all the way back here. I'm not sure why, but that seems to be a thing. That seems to be the standard location for audio. USB is right here, so that can go there. And the rest of these are going to be in that lower corner as well, so those can go there. Again, I can't say it enough. Your case is going to be different, unless you get the same exact case that I have.
Incoming audio transmission.
Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's do this.
Here. So USB. Focus. Come on. Fine. There we go. So there's USB right there. Connector can only go in one way. You can see there's like a little flange on this corner. So it can only go in one way. They better all be tied down right. This ain't your system. This is my system, and I don't care. There we go. Snaps into place. Once you hear the snap, it's locked. These can be a little bit more of a pain. Can be. Oh man, okay. Get this stuff over a bit.
It is time.
Yeah, audio is almost always way back here. I don't know why. The plus side, you can see there's a pin missing. There's almost always a pin missing because you can see there's a pin missing there. So you cannot put this on the wrong way. Slide that on. Now the headphone jack on the front is connected. Down here, these, get them out of the way. Here's the USB connector for the USB 2 and USB 3 ports. Here's a connector for it. There's a notch right here. There it is. There. There's a notch right here. There's a hole for a notch right here. You cannot screw it up. It can only go in one way. You plug it in. Done. Damn it, that other cable fell through again. They didn't give a lot of reach on that. That's kind of annoying. This is the one where you gotta get a little picky. And this is where it might come in handy to have the motherboard manual. Nine times out of 10, this is in fact, you can see it here. It says JFP1. That's front panel. So that's where these connect. However, usually they'll have markings on the motherboard as to what connectors go where. And this is the first time in a long time I've seen that they don't have that. So I'm going to have to look at the motherboard manual. There we are. So there's JFP1, which is exactly what we were looking at. So here we are, the hard drive LED, power switch, reset switch. Okay. And it says that there's an area here that says no pin. It says no pin, which would correlate to this corner right here. So really, that's how this is the direction it goes. So all you have to do is take the cables, plug them into the right connector, and that's it. The only ones that matter if you get positive or negative correct are the LEDs. If you have them reversed, the LEDs won't light. For the reset switch and the power switch, they have them marked as positive and minus. It doesn't matter. It's simply an on-off switch. So in this case, if it doesn't mention, wow, the power, that's a switch. The LED should have, okay, I see it. So there's positive, there's negative. And same thing here, these should separately be listed as positive and negative. Again, if you get them wrong, the worst that'll happen is the LED might not light up. So let's get the power switch. Which is those two right there. Hard drive, LED, positive is up here. So that's that upper corner. So that's done. Oh, this case doesn't have a reset switch. Interesting. I mean, you could always make your own. There is no reset switch. Huh. Alright, well, whatever. So then the power LED, positive is in the corner. Whoops. Positive is in the corner, negative is next to it, and you just have to match those up. So negative goes there, positive goes in the corner. Assuming that I actually put it on the pin, because that would help. we're done. We ran into some issues. And, you know, I've never worked with the M2 discs before, so we'll see what the system has on that one. I mean, I guess I could connect the fans, at least to have power going for them. So this will go to fan 1. Again, you can't mistake that. That can only go in one way. Oops. That a bit for fan 2. That goes right there. I'll worry about the LEDs later. And fan 3 goes right there. Well, only one thing to do. I'll worry about installing that other NVMe drive once I'm sure that I can get this working. And monitor here. Don't worry, I'll let you see the monitor once we, get that all set up. Switch over to here. There we are. We're draining a cell phone if you tried trying. Oh, Jesus. Monitor.
Transmission received.
Oh, yeah. Old monitor. Doesn't have an HDMI connector to it. Does this have... Oh, good. This has regular VGA as well as DVI. I have cables for those because I'm a geek and therefore a pack rat. I'll be right back. This is why I keep spares. All right. Put that DVI port there. And that goes into the DVI port here. All right. Well, it detected a connection. That's at least something. I'm gonna plug the cable in. A cable. Well, I mean, it's a keyboard, so it does have a cable. So yeah, I am gonna plug a cable in. Oh my God! I put the USB plug in on the first shot. That's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be first time, get it wrong, flip it, still wrong, flip it back to its original position, and it works. All right. Power the power supply. Where you are? There you are. Power's on. Moment of truth. Let's see if I run into the same thing that ran into it with my son. She turned on. Holy shit. Let's see if we get video. Come on, give me something to work with. Well, the lights on the motherboard were doing something. It might be in post mode. All the fans are still going. Oh! Woo! Oh my, of course, the glare isn't helping you, but, you know. Oh, for fuck's sake. I went to find the manual for the case. Here it is. So it's going through something. There we go. Going to setup. It's alive! Alive! So the CPU is running at 4.5 gigahertz. If I can get this a little bit straightened up for you. Hot damn! Memory. Okay. Let me confirm. See, now this is what I was talking about. If this timing is wrong, if the motherboard didn't properly detect that timing, you can and most likely will run into system issues. Because it'll send a response, it'll send a command out to the memory. The command might come back too soon, too late, whatever. I've run into that problem so many times in the past. 30, 38, 38, 96. Whoa! It got it right. Good. They've gotten better at that detection then. Storage. There it is. Oh, that's in slot 2. That's interesting. So the one that was covered must be slot 1. That's interesting. I mean, I could switch that around, but as you can see, I mean, this motherboard has 6 different SATA ports to it. Which is right. Those are the 6 SATA ports that I've got on the front of the motherboard. Fan. It's not doing much. It's showing what the fan speeds are. So there's the one. There it is for the CPU. CPU is currently running at 53 centigrade. And right now it's saying it's 31 centigrade inside the room itself, which it's not that hot, but I'm not too worried about that. And Ryzen 7 7700X. So BIOS is October 8th. Chances are there's a new one. So I will probably go and try to get that upgraded. And a lot of times nowadays the BIOS will have the tool right in the motherboard to upgrade the BIOS. It used to be that if you screwed up a BIOS upgrade, your system was hosed. Not so much anymore, which is nice. Here's the hardware monitor. Right, so there's no pump. I've got 3 system fans going. Quite sure what this is talking about. Oh, temperature settings, okay. So yeah, she is alive. Even has there's the LED control. Yeah, there are no lights on my fans. I need to fix that because we can't have that. These are LED fans. The RGB fans. There's no light to them. So I got to figure out why and fix that. That is unacceptable. I need lights. That's why I bought the damn things. Oh hell, as long as I'm going down to going back down to Micro Center, I could buy another 3-pack of these fans and have all six of them light up. Yes. Even the ones in the back that I'll never ever see, because reasons. So yeah, she's alive. Oh, that was okay. This is the easy mode. Screw the easy mode. I want the hard mode. I'm a power user. Yeah, really nothing else to look at. Although that's interesting. The memory can handle up to 6,000 megahertz, but it's running at 4,800. Honestly, you're not going to notice a difference. I don't care what kind of CPU or GPU you're running. The fact that I'm getting less speed on the memory ain't going to mean a hill of beans. I will not notice a difference, so I'm not worried about that. There you go. He's alive. Alive! God, I need a drink. that CPU cooler fan issue pisses me off a little bit, but oh well. Let me try to plug it into. Yeah, you're not right. Yeah, that's put the USB port in, forget it, flip it. It's like, wait, what is this working? Yeah, I know. Maybe this was simply the system saying, you know what, you've gone through a little bit of an ordeal tonight, so I'm gonna let you put the USB plug in the right way. I'd like to think that's what's going on. But otherwise, from here, like I said, I would... Upgrading the BIOS is going to be different for every motherboard. The process is pretty much the same. A lot of them have the ability to upgrade the BIOS right in the motherboard anymore. So that's what that M flash is. You download the BIOS directly from the motherboard manufacturer. Don't download it from a third party. Go straight to your motherboard manufacturer. Get the newest BIOS directly from them. There are too many potential issues of you downloading third-party BIOS firmware. You don't want to mess with that. You upgrade it. And technically, you don't even need to upgrade it if it's working okay, fine. But it's still best to have the latest version, non-beta. Don't download beta BIOSes unless you really have no choice. But download the latest BIOS. And then from that point, if, make sure, if you're doing Linux, fine, download Linux, put it to a USB drive, and install it. Windows, make sure you have a Windows license key, which, as I said, you can get them nowadays for $30 for some reason. And you can download it straight from Microsoft. Microsoft has it right from their website where you download an installer, and they'll put it to a USB stick for you. Then you install it. And then you just go through all the rigmarole of Windows stuff. So, I mean, we've been doing this for what, three and a half hours now? You saw me run into some issues. You saw how to resolve them. The thing with the cooling fan, well, that shit happens. I'm just going to have to go back to Micro Center and get a replacement. Say, hey, you guys didn't give me all the hardware I need. Which, that's fine. That's not on them. It's not their fault. So we'll deal with that. How you have to install something into your case is dependent entirely on your case. But you saw me install a new fan. You saw me install everything else. And now you know. It took me 3 hours because I ran into some issues and because I was explaining things. But it's ready to go. All I have to do is install Windows now. And then once I'm ready for the transition, all I have to do is, with the machine off, of course, pop this open, take this card out, put my new card in there, and then I've got that other drive that I can put in there. Just throw that in. Let the system recognize it, format it, and the system should be good to go from that point on. What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Hey, hey, up she rises, hey, hey, up she rises, hey, hey, up she rises early in the morning. I like shanties. So. But yeah. She's done. She's ready to go. Everything else I'll do off stream. Just because now that I know that this is actually supposed to be the first slot for the M2 drive, yes, I will switch it over to here. Now that I know that's going to bug me because that's slot 2, not slot 1. I'm a jerk that way. But otherwise, I mean, unless you guys have any questions, we're pretty much done here. Like I said, we ran into some issues. It took a little bit longer than I expected, but you saw how I resolved the issues. It's one of those things where don't panic. It's possible that you might get frustrated because, like this, okay, so I can't install this fan now. All right, well, I'll get a replacement, but she's, I had a spare, so that's working. We all want to see the 5.5-hour Windows installation process. Oh, hell. Actually, you know what? It might not come anywhere close to that anymore. That drive, supposedly, is rated up to 7,000 megabytes per second. This one is rated up to 3,500, which is still, so that's about 12 times faster than the SSD in my current system. This will be about 6 times faster. Between that and now a 5th generation Ryzen, I don't think it's going to be 5.5 hours. Ooh, put him in bed with the captain's daughter. Is she cute? I mean, I realize what can come of that, but, if she's cute. I mean, the only other thing that I can do, and I'm not going to do, is test the USB ports on it. Oh, you know what? Actually, I can. What the hell? Why not? Hold on. Hold on. Let's see if the mouse on the screen will change. It might not. Oh no, there it goes. The mouse is moving. So the USB ports on the top are working. Cool. I think that's all you do is hold the button down for 4 seconds, and that should shut the machine off. Boop. Ta-da! She's alive! She's alive! Holy shit! Hitting that button and hoping for the best is nerve-wracking. Oh yeah, and my studio, you can see it in the reflection a little bit. Alright, well then. That was interesting. I'm gonna put these over here because that cooling fan has to go back, jerks. But again, how bad can it be? Oh no, I have to take another trip to Micro Center. No! Alright. We're gonna call this a victory. I'm gonna go out front. See, I didn't say back out front this time because that's dumb. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow ye will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. All right. I love that. That is, out of all the shanties in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, that is my favorite. And I would play that over and over and over again. All right. Where are we at? Oh, I see Kuro gave another $20 donation. Spunkle gave a $20 donation. Greatly appreciated. Spunkle, if you are still listening, if you donate $5 more sometime during June, let me get it. This is a reminder to everyone else who popped in. So if you donate $25 or more throughout the month of June, if you donate in multiple stages, that's fine. Just make sure you use the same name each time you donate. Then you will get a chance to win this. I will be raffling this off in early July. In fact, I still have to build it. I'll probably be doing that later this week when I'm streaming. You know, one of my streams this week will actually try to put this together as much as possible. So for $25 donation, you feel bad? Don't feel bad. What? Not everybody has the financial means to do it. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And even if you can't donate, just spread the word. You know, that's what matters. Just spreading the word so we can fight the homophobes and so forth. Don't worry about that. You've got absolutely nothing to feel bad about. But yeah, so if you donate $25 a month in total throughout June, you get a chance to win this. I will ship it around the world. The only condition is that you're going to end up having to pay any kind of importation taxes or duties or whatever. I'm not saying I'll put an accurate price on it so that you don't, have to pay as much, but just saying, that's the only thing. If you live outside the US, you're probably going to have to pay some kind of importation duty. But that's it. At the minute, you're unemployed again. There aren't that many jobs in the Northeast for 3DRs with a creative arts degree. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Duty? Who said duty? Duty. I did say importation duties. Want? Okay, you're bad. No, don't feel bad about having to donate in stages. Absolutely fine. Fortunate to have a diverse friend group, so the cause is important to me as an ally. Same here. For a mature stream, we can be quite... Yes. Not arguing. What time is it? Oh, 12:44. Not bad. So yeah, it took about... Well, I mean, it started about 8. We chatted for a long time, so about 3.5 hours. It's all good. Don't worry about it. We love our allies. Yep. All right. Let's get that down. Okay, if you guys have any questions, you are more than welcome to ask. Go to the Discord. Post your questions in the PC build area. I'm not the only one who builds PCs, so you can get your answers. That's not a problem. Oh, and I will say for $20 more, I will be able to give away 100 plat, courtesy of Digital Extremes. They have allowed me to give away 100 plat for every $100 donated. How can we be cool like you? I don't know who you're talking about, because You're obviously not directing that to me. And for another 120 in donations, I have to have another one of those damn Bean Boozled. Alright, so what do we got? Oh yeah, this is Sunday. What's the new Nora stuff?
Shall we?
Yep. Okay. Depends on the hunt. Different bounties. There are only 2 missions on the Zariman that I like. The Exterminate and the Void Flood. I don't like the others. That's easy. And if you've never done that before, that's very simple. Capture missions, easy. Invasion missions, fine. How long is left? On what? Oh, Nightwave, they just launched it. So we're only in like week 2 or 3. So we're talking months before this is done. Void Armageddon, eh. Deploy a glyph, okay. And yes, I mean, for those of you who are new, if you want a cute version of my ugly mug, I do have my own glyph. I got my glyph before I even became a creator. So just widescreen John as the promo code, and you get that adorable version, which is the complete opposite of me. And then, oh wait, when is that? Not this coming Saturday, but the following Saturday, I finally get to meet Studio Cyan, who made that glyph for me. She's over here in Pennsylvania meeting her parents, and they only live like 2 hours east of me. So we're gonna hang out, not this coming Saturday, but the following Saturday. How long have I been playing Warframe? I have been playing Warframe since March. Hold on. Let me get you the exact date. I have it. Hold on. There it is. I've been playing Warframe since March 27th, 2013. You can see it right down there. This is old data from like 2 years ago or a year and a half ago. But that... I first played Warframe at PAX East, March of 2013. And I was like, oh, this game is so cool. Not that it was nothing. It was so bare bones compared to what it is now. But at that time, games were going to team deathmatch, PvP. You know, all the games that I was playing at the time with friends were co-op. Like Rainbow Six, Rogue Spear, Ghost Recon. We'd go into terrorist hunt mode, and it'd be us versus the bots. And we'd even make up our own rules as to what constituted a successful mission and so forth. And that's what we were doing, just us versus bots, us versus bots. And then next thing you know, all these games are going, nope, you know, PvP, 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 and it's like, this sucks. We don't want PvP. We want us versus, you know, bots. So we started to get pissed off at that, and we'd just keep playing Rainbow Six and Rogue Spear and Ghost Recon. And then I played this. And I tried it, you know, I played it for about 10 minutes on the demo. And the woman was like, so what do you think? I said, well, this is pretty cool, but what is it, PvP or whatever? And she said, no, it's co-op. Really? Like team deathmatch? No, it's co-op against AI. And my jaw dropped. I was like, oh, we've been waiting for something like this. Oh my God, blah, 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 blah. You know, and I told her the exact same thing that I just told you about how so many games are going PvP. It was really annoying us. And she didn't say a word. She just smiled and handed me a card for 75 plat. And I said, could I maybe get 2 more for my friends? She gave me 2 more cards. And that was it. We've been playing Warframe ever since. I came home, and that was like 2 or 3 days after I got home from PAX East. Logged on, created my account. There you go. The rest is history. So I am not a founder. I do regret that. I wish I became a founder. You know, if I knew then what I know now, I would have become a founder. But, you know, that's how I got started. That's how long I've been playing. Yes, there were periods where I put Warframe away for a month or two because I just burned out on it. But otherwise, I've been playing consistently. This game has come, oh my god, it's so different compared to what it was. I mean, you can go back, well, just go back and watch the 10th anniversary stream. They show you how it used to look like and how much it's changed since then. Too many games push for PvP. That's because they push for PvP so that they can try to entice you to buy stuff. You know, a lot of games are play to win to a degree, or play to skin. You know, pay to skin. But you know, the fact that you can get technically, you can get everything that's in game and not pay a penny. PvP or PvE done right, free to play done right. If you have slower systems, slower reflexes, and play against players who bought, yeah, it's just. I've had the last time I played a PvP that I really enjoyed was many years ago. It was probably Battlefield 2, Battlefield 2142. And that was probably it. After that, I maybe did a little bit of MMO, where it's not PvP. But otherwise, yeah, I'm done with PvP. I get nothing out of it anymore. All right. Oh, wait. 2142 was good. Okay, that's unranked. That's max rank. Okay. That's right. I need to do a 6x combo. Yeah. An open world on Mars? I mean, how much more do you want? Open world on Venus, Earth, Deimos, Zariman, Duviri? But yeah, desert setting like Mad Max, I can see you do that. That it would be kind of nice if they actually had something more vehicular. Because K-Drive is boring. K-Drive is just boring. Needs a mission on the sun. Right. And how do you propose to do that? How will that work? That's an interesting idea. I don't want to. Sabotage. Oh god, excavation. F that. Well, if I need to do an Archon hunt this week, it ain't gonna be that one. Lotus sends to an Orokin facility built around or in the sun. Or in the sun! Very interesting proposal, considering you got a bunch of fusion reactions going on inside of there under intense gravitational pressures. Yeah. We had a mission on the sun, technically, and yeah, we had to hide from any of the solar bursts that happened. Why would you look for them in the sun? I don't know what you're drinking, but I wish you'd share it. That's not too bad.
Oh yeah, I don't have a line.
A new Warframe to handle the environment. Yeah, but then you'd... Unless you can come up with something creative, you'd be restricted to that one warframe for that particular mission type. And that's... that could get old real fast. Ember, yeah. None of these are... I mean, these aren't... I don't like Void Armageddon. Wisp? Well, Wisp does have the power of the sun. That's true. Solar or Oaken City ship. I mean, I guess you're not wrong. I guess what would... Oh man. I can see where you're going with that. What game is this? That is a good point. Allow me to change that. Your point is well taken. We are. That should be all switched up now. All right. Give your ideas to DE. Sure. Better yet. Oh, see, damn it. I was going to say go to TennoCon and tell them yourself, but you can't. Shit. Mag? Really? A Nosferatu frame. Interesting. Have the ultimate actually be that warframe just chomping on the neck of the Corpus or the Grineer or whatever. That would be interesting. Yeah, Necros, yeah, to a degree. But I mean, Nosferatu was a vampire. Necros is... Well... I don't know if that would really work. No, Kura, I don't want to hear you. No Dutch people allowed. Hey, I got a better idea. Wait. Since Warframe, the last few frames have been about frames that have well-endowed bodily structures. Let's have a if we're going to go with the horror theme, let's have a Warframe based off of Elvira. Her ultimate would be destroying the enemy with jiggle physics. Who? Oh god, is she mostly an American thing? Look up Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. She was super campy, fun, goofy, but it was like she'd always do horror movies and stuff like that. But yeah, God bless jiggle physics. Just look up Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. And just know that she was all of her movies that she made were comedies and stuff like that. She's a trip. She is a trip. Hold on, let me just see something. Oh, if you haven't done it yet, 3 days left on my Discord for the TennoCon 2023 digital pack. So, join my Discord, go to the giveaways section and just hit the little blue button. And you'll be entered. It'll be chosen automatically at 2:13 p.m. on the 14th Eastern Time. So it's the Tennokan Syandana, display, glyph, sigil, the Lotus Floof, which hopefully we'll get in the real world soon. The Nefertim Rapier skin, a Destreza if you don't already have one. 475 platinum, a Regal Aya, and the Barrow Relay ticket. Now, if you don't know what the Barrow Relay ticket is, anything, or should I say everything, that Barrow has ever sold will be available for 1 week after TennoCon on the exclusive TennoCon Relay. But you have to get the digital pack in order to get access to it. So, everything he has ever sold, including all of those special mod cards that people tend to like, those will be available. But you have to get the TennoCon 2023 digital pack, and if you don't win it, it's $25 US. Actually, do they make it? No, they list that on the website as US. I don't know if it's still Canadian. I don't know how they do that, but whatever. It's about 25 bucks. I mean, hell, just for the 475 platinum, that alone is worth it too. The Lotus-themed Warframe designed by the Lotus herself. Elvira's got bigger boobies. Sorry. Kind of. No, not Oak Ridge Boys. Wrong Elvira. Mesa Prime. Well, we're not talking booty here. We're talking booby. In that case, Elvira, I think, beats Space Mom. You will die on that hill. That's fine. I'm not saying Mesa Prime. Wisp gives her a good, run for her money, though. Let's face it. I don't know. I mean, Citrine and Varuna, they've got more up front, I think. That's why I'm saying, since they're the last two Warframes, and they've got stuff up front, an Elvira themed one might work to continue that trend. Oak Ridge Boys Elvira. The only reason why you'd want to listen to Oak Ridge Boys version of their Elvira song is to listen to how deep their bass singer's voice can go. Because that's just like... Otherwise, the song is just... The song is just weak. But listen to that bass singer. Holy sweet Jesus. You have Limbo to yourself? You can have Limbo.
Till then.
Supreme is still a contender in that category? I mean, they got some frames. Yeah. On one hand, it's also kind of creepy when you realize that they're just infested robots. But on the other hand, I'm sure you've all seen some of the robot designs that come from Japan. So I guess it's really not that much of a stress to have sexualized robots in Warframe now that I think about it. Yeah. Need more infested themed frames on that note. You're not wrong. I want to know... I would like to know where they come up with the ideas. I mean, all the Warframes, for the most part, are based somehow on the real world. I'd like to know how they actually come up with the ideas. Female infested frame give diet. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. One thing I can't believe I did this. Cassandra Peterson, oh my god. and not Oak Ridge Boys from when they covered. And you know what? She's like in her 70s now, and she is still cute as the dickens. Still building? Hold on. Oh, those pistols. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Owned by Dallas Freezing. Where the hell? Hold on. I need to find something. One of the things that I really find annoying about Duviri is that it's made me realize how many weapons I used to have that I don't now, that are coming up in random selections. It's like, really? But I just built some. Now I can't find the damn things. Okay, so there's the Comax. You want? Yes, you can join voice. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know I got a twin Comac blueprint. I know, twin Comac, it came up in Duviri yesterday, and I was like, it's actually not awful, but then I realized I don't have it anymore. Trouble in the voice channel shouldn't be. I'd swear I had the blueprint. Oh, defeating Keladathame. I'd swear I had the blueprint. Shit. Given the choice of that or defeating Keladathame. If my choice is defeating Keladathame, I might just buy the frickin' thing outright.
Who watch Creative Triangles?
Yeah, every now and then I say a naughty word. Not nearly as much as some other streamers who think that the F-bomb is an adjective that needs to be applied in every sentence, otherwise they are somehow violating laws of the English language.
Huh?
Yeah. I am not one of those streamers.
How does that even make any sense?
No, it's just there are people out there where they drop F-bombs like sailors. It's just like, okay, you do you on your stream, I don't do that on my stream.
Lord Christ Almighty.
Now, if I swear, like if I really swear, it's either because I'm angry or it's just for effect.
Hey.
Oh, wait, there's an alert. There's an alert with Forma.
What?
I need Forma. I need Forma. I need Forma.
I will never say no to Forma.
Mobile defense 10 to 15.
Oh,
Ahoy,
no.
matey! Doesn't mean you can't drop F-bombs anymore up there. You have to use FAOEs. Area, yeah, okay. I don't care. I mean, when somebody does on their stream, fine. I just don't see a use for it. But, whatever. You work on my swearing in real life? Eh. you know. Actually, I got a Basma. That should work all right. Well, I'll still stream for about 50 minutes if anyone else wants to join in, just because. Now, I have actually seen streamers lose followers because they just go gung-ho on the F-bomb. Like, all right, you know what? That's their call. That's fine. If they want to do that and they're okay with losing the follower, I just don't see. I don't see the need for it. There are hundreds of thousands of words in the English language. Why keep focusing on that one? Whatever. That's just me. Well, if no one else wants to join, I guess it's just me and you. I want that alert because I need Forma. Plus, it's easy. It's only level 10 to 15 mobile defense. Assuming you don't get dropped. Let's see if you get dropped. What am I doing? Going crazy. How about you? I'm just running missions.
Oh wow. And it's not even letting me go back to my orbital, which means I need to go all the way out of the game and back in again.
What the hell?
Yay.
No, if I was going to have fun, I'd end the stream and go upstairs. Mind your French, boy.
Hey, the weird thing is, I was playing with Otto and Smile, and it just completely
This is a mobile
blocked
defense mission.
my weapons.
You must deliver payloads.
It's just, I don't understand, and why?
Into the network.
I don't get it.
Heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
So after this, I'm gonna send the EE logs and say, look, people keep getting dropped. I'm kind of hoping, and I can't imagine this is really the issue, but I'm kind of hoping that maybe in some naive way, when I finally get my PC upgraded and everything loads up faster,
We have got to find a terminal. Proceed and prepare.
I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't think it's a network connectivity issue because once you're connected, you stay connected. It's just at the start of the mission. So it's got to do...
That's a weird thing.
There's got to be some kind of setting that they have regarding the launch of the mission. That's just... It's... I don't know how they have their network stack programmed, so... I can only speculate. She moved to the UK for more. Now her own French is very rusty. Yeah, I mean, if you don't use your own language, your brain just doesn't retain it. It'd probably be a lot easier for her to pick it up, though.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
You know, I would never take the Basmu on Steel Path, but otherwise, I've kind of learned to like it.
Could you get out of my way, robot? Could you?
I mean, my native tongue is English, and even I screw that up. English is a bitch of a language. I can't even imagine people who don't speak English natively having to learn it.
I actually learned all my English from games and TV series,
Yeah.
mainly Knight Rider.
Knight Rider. So you learned to yell "woo" every time you sent your car over a ramp. Then you have to learn the American dialect. You don't need to. I mean, it helps. We do have some unusual things, but we can generally figure things out. Yeah.
Am I just standing and wasting power on one terminal that was already
There is a
done?
terminal.
I'll tell you the one thing.
Get in and get ready to defend.
The one thing that I've mentioned this before, but
I'm in channel.
unfortunately she doesn't stream very much anymore.
We've got robots inbound.
Is as Nitrous. She's well, she was, not so much now, a Russian streamer who lives in Japan, speaks 4 languages fluently: Russian, English, Japanese, and Spanish. So you'll be watching her stream and she'll just switch languages on the fly. And I asked her once,
There's a heavy
what is the hardest thing about learning English? And I always thought it would be the grammar or the exceptions, because English has a lot of exceptions to it. It has a lot of bizarre rules, or what I think are bizarre rules. So I asked her what was the hardest part about learning English. She didn't even have to think about it. She leaned forward into her microphone and said, the articles. Didn't even think about it. Just like, you know, having the, an, any, you know, things like that. The is the most common word in the English language. I was like, wow, I didn't even think about that. But she didn't even give it a second thought. She was like, nope, it's the articles. Damn. She was awesome. She was part of my daily routine. So I really miss her. I understand why she stopped streaming. You know, once the invasion happened and, you know, oh no, she's a Russian streamer, therefore she somehow is responsible for what's going on in Ukraine. It's like, no, that's not how that works.
Like, I barely hear from my friend, or like, because he's Russian, and I hope he's okay.
location reached. Drop me in.
Yeah, I do miss her. I still keep in touch with her every now and then. I'll DM her, see how she's doing.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Oh, he summoned ferns.
No, but unfortunately, you know, you get assholes on the internet, but they don't care. They found a way to insult someone under their flag of anonymity, so that's what they do. And unfortunately, she said that she never really got attacked, but she saw other Russian streamers who were, and she just didn't want to deal with it, which I get
Still working.
completely.
Continue to defend.
And even then, even once this mess is over, it'll probably be a while before she streams, just because people have long memories.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Nullifier. You have no living rights.
You speak 3 languages? Oh, which ones? If you don't mind my asking. You obviously don't have to answer.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission
English,
That's
Spanish, and
something
Portuguese. Yeah, okay. I know Portuguese actually is different from Spanish. I would not mind learning Spanish at all, simply because it would be very practical here. I mean, the amount of Spanish-speaking people in this country is easily the double digits. And, you know, there are a lot of... I was at job number 2 the other day, and a message came in the, you know, overhead speakers saying, anyone who speaks Spanish, please go to the service desk. You know, and I've learned Spanish before. We went to Madrid a while ago, and as a courtesy, I learned Spanish as much as I could in a few months. It was enough for survival skills. You know? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Yep. You know, back then, though, this is like 20 years ago? 2004. Yeah, so it was 19 years ago. So it's not like we had the resources that we have now, you know? Now it's just, hey, give me my phone and I could have everything translated in an instant. I took 2 years of French in school and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed French. Yeah. Oh, my Arbiter of Hexus is almost maxed. I need to buy some relic packs. Second here.
Oh, yes, I need to see.
You want to learn Dutch, Kuro?
What can we do to help?
Miss Malinite wants to
What?
learn Dutch. That's your territory.
Oh, me too. I really, really want to learn it, but it's so not.
Wait. You
Really
are
tough to
Dutch.
find it.
You are Dutch, and you want to learn Dutch. What am I missing here? Have you been lying to me all this time?
For me?
Yeah, you. What language
no,
were
I
you
wanna learn
talking
it.
about? I said little Malinite wants to learn Dutch. That's your territory.
No, I want to learn it. I can barely figure out how to speak Danish at all because I
Oh,
messed up
Danish.
the words.
I'm sorry. You're right. That was my fault. I had the D's mixed up. Oh boy, did that sound bad. Is Vulcanet here? I had the D's mixed up. Oh boy. I hope Vulcanet didn't hear that. Just got
I will
confirmation
tell
that
her.
work had you traveling too much. Got some milk, and the date on the jug is assuming that's December 10th. It could be October 12th. Either way, that milk is probably solid and chunky, and you don't even want to open it. Just throw it away. Just throw it away. Don't even... Okay, did I get a forma for that, or...
You did, because I got one.
Okay, I want to make sure it was a forma, not a forma blueprint. Nah, we're good. Already done. Yeah, that was probably a ticking time bomb. Was it green? Was it cheese yet?
Nemo.
There's an English to Sim... What's Simlish? I've never heard of that. Or if I did,
What is this?
Hey, Phantom Dust,
Oh,
thank you
no,
for the raid
heck no.
of The Sims.
I am not gonna do an icon hunt.
Okay.
Nuh-uh. One time is more than
Various
enough.
games of The Sims franchise. Alright, that's fine. Gunfire Reborn, I know of it. Never played it.
Oh, will you look at that? We can steal from LFV. I almost said Nathaniel.
I don't know. Still White was unopened. I wouldn't trust it anyway. Alright, well, we got that one done then. Our friends who are furries asked you to play Gunfire. It's a fun game. I don't have time. I wish I did. Between the props and just Warframe by itself and 2 jobs, I just time it. I will make time when Assassin's Creed Mirage comes out and when Spider-Man 2 comes out. I will make time to play those. Abso-freaking-lutely. Why? I don't do fashion frame. I have no interest in it. I have absolutely no interest in doing you know me, my version of fashion frame is hitting random colors until I see something I like.
That's the same I do with my landing craft. I color it these colors because of
It'll be
Pride Month.
funny to watch. Thanks. Thank you so much. Okay, with one exception, I made this Ivara pink for it was probably a Quest to Conquer Cancer 2 years ago. And I liked it, so I kept it. And I will admit the Excalibur from the other night is really freaking cool looking, even though it screams American jingoism. It does look cool. I will grant that. But I don't do fashion frame otherwise. I didn't say there's anything wrong with it. Just, that's my fashion frame. Hitting random until I say, okay, I like that, we're done. That's how it starts and the need for fashion grows. Nope. I've never bought a Tenogen. I have no interest in buying Tenogen. I have no interest in making my Warframes look ridiculously stupid godly. I have no interest. So the most that could happen with that kind of stream is like, look at what John does to his frames. And no, I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. Used to do a little bit, but the little became too little, and the little became more and more. Yes, I can agree with that. You know, it's like my Rhino is blue. I think, well, my Rhino might have been intentional, but holy cow, that was years ago, and I let him go. I just let it go. Ye have little faith. No, I have no interest. That's the problem. I take that back. It's not a problem. I just have no interest. There are other people out there who have that artist's eye for fashion frame, and they know how to use the skins and the void shells and all of that stuff, and they can make it look amazing. And I just
Mine they
a little, but
mostly
the little
what I
became too little. Yeah, if that was a reference, it slipped right past. Alright, well, you know what? I freaking need Forma. What do we got on Void? Oh, Neo Exterminate. That was actually me doing surprise, not a hiccup. The good thing about Warframe is the fan base are into different things. Yeah, and that they allow these sorts of things. You know, you want to make your Warframe look crazy? Make your Warframe look crazy. Go for it. You know, if you don't want to, fine.
I will be right back. I need to dehydrate.
Girl's gotta go pee.
I can still hear you.
Just go winkle. You're not gonna get insane crit builds. Those are super niche. I just like being able to grind. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm a very casual player. I will experiment with weapons so I could get some that are gonna be, you know, steel path worthy for those times when I need to be steel path worthy. But otherwise, I'm just, you know what? I just like logging on, killing some enemies, going into God mode, log off, you know, or whatever. I'm not. There are people out there where they just have to play Steel Path every time they play. It's like, I don't care. Every now and then I'll play the Earth level 1 to 3 missions just so I could destroy everyone and feel good about it. You know, I don't. You know, if they want to, don't get me wrong, if they want to play nothing but Steel Path, I don't care. But for me, I'm just like, eh. I generally like seeing how others play. Yeah. Your Volt looks ugly. Ugly elf, but like the slightly tweaked. Why would someone care if your Volt looks ugly? It's not their Volt. What do they care? I don't understand some people. Well, we're going to do some relic runs because I need Forma. If anybody else wants to join in, let me know. I can send you an invite. Yellow, green, and blue? Oh my god, that's almost Megan level. It was funny. I was talking with Zach from Digital Extremes because he's the main guy that the creators talk to. And I'm going to be going up to DE at the end of July to drop off some of the props that I have built for him. I have not yet done the Archiplasmor. I need to get working on that. So I need to assemble their Archoplasmor. And I was like, hey, well, Zach, you know, I'll give you the choice. Since you're getting everything arranged for me, what color palette do you want me to make the Archoplasmor? And he just said, make it Megan colors. I was like, oh God. And then he came back with, just kidding, that's a war crime.
Oh my lord.
Okay, Phantom Dusk, what is your in-game name? I mean, he's not wrong. Megan loves her bright neons, and it's just like, no? Yeah, I'm only going to be streaming for another not accepting invitations. Well, you know. Need to fix that. Another candy frame player?
Oh no. Now I have one of the tenor tunes stuck in my head. 27 million.
I mean, the only two Tenno tunes that I need to know, well, of course, the 80s anime theme, and, you know, 27 million registered losers.
Oopsie doopsie rap.
Nope. Like black, reds, with metallic silver trim.
Are you
Not R3, you're R4. God damn it, John.
Phantom, if you was set to what is it called? Cross play?
No, Phantom Dusk is on Windows. Not accepting invitations. I don't know what to tell you. Rascal. Oh, I get it. I get it. I get it. There we go. Rascal. I get it. Okay. Let me cookies. $12. Good. Okay. All right. Anyway, route to hit apply.
Oh,
Well, yeah.
Holy, you are marked to death by 3. Yeesh. Both Stalker, Gustrak, and Sanuka. Jesus Christ.
What?
They are hunted. They're marked to death by
Oh, nice.
3 persons.
Yeah,
Yikes.
people are pissed off at you.
I am scared of
All right.
getting hunted down by Sanuka. Unless they
Okay.
change the fact that Sanuka steals the Wolverine.
Does anyone need anything from a Neo Relic?
All I need is basically just things to sell for when...
You just want
The
ducats
relay
for
shows.
barrel. Yeah, that's valid. That's completely valid.
Plus I want more carpets.
But otherwise,
don't
I
have
mean,
enough carpets.
I got enough. But I'm really just after Forma. Oh, I've got 46 of the Neo C2s.
Let me see how many... let me just check this quick.
27 million registered losers. 27 million registered strong. 27 million registered losers. Playing Warframe all day long. Which is now up to like 55 million, something like that. Just crazy. And it's probably going to get even more once they finally go get out of beta on mobile. That's probably going to go crazy.
I am definitely not downloading it to my phone because I'm scared, first of all, that my phone will go like, "Why are you doing this to
Ah,
me?" And I got dropped.
of
I got
course.
dropped. Um,
I'm so sick of it. I'm definitely going to submit a bug report. This is.
well, there's two things I would be scared of. First is my phone will probably curse at me till no end. Second, I'm afraid it will ask me to clear up space on my phone. And I do not want to delete Fire Emblem Heroes.
Well, I'm on Android, so I just got a brand new Pixel 7a, which I'm sure could handle Warframe, but Android fragmentation means it's probably going to be a while. Well, maybe not. When it comes to Android, they're probably going to focus on Pixel and Samsung phones first.
I am back in again.
Wait, what?
I'm back in again. In the
Oh, okay.
Warframe.
Wow, you're not even listed in recent.
Dollframe.
I am detecting a synthesis.
Ah, synthesis target.
The synthesis scanner to track the creature.
Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby.
Well, synthesis scanner stuff is never a bad thing.
Are you serious?
A fissure.
It wouldn't even let me in.
To open relic.
Why?
I have no idea.
They didn't give a reason?
There's a heavy unit approaching.
No,
I'm so
I
sick
just
of
went
this
like,
crap.
oh, you accepted?
Open a relic.
Received your invitation.
I had to click on the relic 5 times before I realized that.
How do you look? It's not that easy being
Oh.
green. It's not that easy being green.
I'm blue.
Having to
That'd
spend
be-
each
that'd be
day the color of the leaves. And kudos to anyone who knows the reference.
Hey, we have a vote on the team. Ow, I'm running into stuff. Oh, well, hello there. Hello
Hello
there.
there.
Oh god, I need to watch Star Wars again.
You know what? Having seen the sequels,
Ah,
I have a new
no.
appreciation for the prequels.
Nice rolls.
Oh shit, that's a synthesis target. My bad. Oh, fudge. That's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm a dipshit. I saw the blue and I thought it was an Eximus. Yes, killing goes too far. You can yell at me, Samaris. I get it. That was my fault. I was dumb.
Sorry,
I'm a murderer, yes.
sorry, Papa. Sorry, Samaris.
Shit.
Sorry, Papa. Yes, I see Samaris as my father. Because my real father is just an ass. I will not talk about that on stream. I'm just gonna drop it into the... I can't remember
Colors.
what the name was. Ow! Hey, 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 hey.
Now get to extraction.
Whoop! Ow! I just got dropped down 3 times in a row. Hey, Nullifier, you don't have living rights.
Just kill
You
them.
don't have living rights.
Nullifiers have absolutely no right to live. Just destroy them.
There's... Yes. Oh! Oof.
Oh, you shooting at me, dick? There you go. Bye-bye. You die. Ah, as the battle rages up above.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh,
I
okay.
wanted Forma,
Oh,
and that was unradiant. So that is a 2% chance, and yes, we'll take.
Hooligan.
That was a 1 in 50
Also
chance of
rude.
getting that. I'll take it.
My model. Wait. It just called Naramon Marurai. Oh god. The game just called Naramon Marurai.
I mean, it can't be. Warframe is bug free. You saw it wrong.
Bug frame?
No, bug
Yeah,
free.
there's no bug involved.
How dare you? It's bug free. God, I can't hold a straight face. Sorry. I tried. But
Epic fail.
oh my god. Okay, I couldn't see anything because I was in the back room, so I don't get alerts back there. But I just see that 2 hours ago someone named Petite Roast Beef followed. That is an awesome Twitch name.
Yeah.
Petite Roast Beef.
Oh my god, I want
That is awesome.
I want roast beef now. I want roast beef. Oh my lord. Hi, Adolf.
We're gonna have that on Friday. Or on Tuesday.
Oh my god. Roast beef. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, Ordis. I will return covered in blood. Let's not upset Samaris this time.
I liked Cassie's 16-bit Ordis. That was cool. Did a good job with that.
Yeah, that is so cute. I almost want to ask her if I can be allowed to make that as a
And you get
phone
dropped.
cover. Yeah.
No, as
Surprise.
usual. No surprise.
And it said, at least
Oh shit, I gotta do a glyph too.
Ship.
I forgot that I gotta do a glyph.
At
20
least
more
it
now.
allowed me to go back to my ship this time.
Yes.
You know what? Let me grab my vote now that I'm here. So we can have 2 speedos.
Necros' skin to be a
Where's my
reference.
vote?
No good head to be great for it, but close-ish. Eh,
You chose.
I don't play Necros.
Choose.
There are a lot of Warframes. I really should just go and play them. Or, you know what? Use Duviri. I actually found out that I'm pretty good at using mag thanks to Duviri. I was like, yeah, I didn't expect this. That's
Is
like
there weapons in Duviri that I just figured out? Okay, this thing is a good weapon. And my Sayandana is clipping really weirdly.
fun.
Eliminate all corpus threats.
Okay, I'm not gonna kill anything with a blue outline this time.
Session.
Is it letting you in?
I just got failed to join session.
Use these to crack open a relic.
What? They must have some kind of timeout setting somewhere that's killing this. Either that or Sony's intentionally being a jerk so they can see it doesn't work.
Sony being jerks. Surprise.
I know. That's like Nintendo. Nintendo would never be jerks.
Look out for reactant.
Shut up.
Did Samaris,
Reactant is working on a relic.
did Samaris say anything?
Yes, you did.
Okay, I was about to say
There's a heavy unit approaching.
if the big orange she got that pissed, that would be a first. Oh, which one was that?
Huh?
Oh, it's a Vold. Well, what kind of skin is that? That looks very interesting. Ow! He just ran directly into a robot.
You seen Splatoon connection? Ask Yog about it.
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Oh. And that's partially... I think it also is Duviri as well, because the connections really became bad and unstable after Duviri was released.
It was like it was a little too much for the machineries to deal with. Hopefully it can be fixed once.
Oh man, I haven't seen this tile set in
level.
dog's years.
In Tokyo.
Wow, I haven't seen this one in a long time.
Samaras. I see two nullifiers. Jesus Christ Almighty.
Could be crossplay can't. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, without knowing exactly what their network stack is like, clearly I can say how much I work in IT all I want, but I mean, I've got no idea what their coding and their network base is like. So, and, you know, what Nintendo or Sony or whatever might be doing.
I'm stuck.
Can't see me.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run.
Phone.
Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Okay, where... Whoops.
I'm just running into stuff like a pro.
Scanning targets back here. Man.
Otis, can you find anything
Man,
in here?
where? Not sure where to go.
I'm on Samaris. Oh, wait, Otis, not Samaris.
Ah, there he is.
Otis, Samaris, hi, something.
Let's try hitting the right one, John. I need to hotkey that nonsense.
That's it. It will be a perfect specimen. Trap it so you can synthesize it for me.
I sadly do not have any traps on me.
I got him.
Okay.
Sweet.
Even though I need to get some of the traps again because I want to do Chains of Harrow. Not because of the Rat-tat-tat, but I want to do the quest again just for fun.
Ugh. Fun? Alright. Grab, tap, tap. Yes, that. See, here we go. Now I want Forma, so it's not going to give it to me. Mm-hmm. Here we go. Warframe RNG, doing Warframe RNG.
RNG really loves to be there when it swings. At least my Moira is getting happy.
Grr, would you please stop singing?
Proximity warning. Planet ahead.
Ow. Just ran my foot directly into the wall.
Right.
Like a champ.
I had to dehydrate. I'll be right back.
Icky dookie. Oh, I heard a hickey though. What is you? Huh? Huh? How are you hiding inside the aquarium? The I just had to. Hi, Rex. I just had the man in the wall hiding inside the aquarium. That's just totally normal, not weird, no.
Doom 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 doomy 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 doomy.
The man in the wall is now the man in the aquarium.
Alright.
That was interesting. And it's probably gonna say yeet.
Of course, because of reasons.
I'm gonna laugh if I get right now. Stop running into stuff, sir.
I've been thinking, operator. I thought you'd want to know.
I have to go to bed. Gotta help Dad at work tomorrow, and that's in 6 hours. Yeah, go to sleep. Alright, Rax. You have yourself a good night. Thank you for stopping by. And I will see you whenever I stream. Yeah, you got yeeted, because of course.
I am literally glaring at it for it. Not the game. But
Regrettably, it doesn't give a rat's rear end if you're glaring at it or not.
I have the box where the PlayStation was in, and I can see the Sony sign on the side, so I'm just glaring at it right now.
You know what? I should try... I haven't fired up Warframe on my PS5 in months. This would be an interesting... You know... This would be interesting to have me do that. Let's try multiplayer
you mean
on my PS5. Because then let's see if you get disconnected or if you stay.
It took it a while to figure out that I clicked. And the weird thing is, I was playing with Pyra, and I just got blocked from everything in the game. It was like, oh, you want to use your weapons? No! You want to move your Warframe? No!
I had an issue the other night. I was playing with my nephew, and I got stuck where I couldn't shoot. I could move, but it was really bizarre because my Warframe always faced one direction, like north. And no matter how I switched the camera angle, no matter how I moved, the Warframe would always face that one navigational direction.
That's what happened to me when I was playing with Pyra.
Yeah, I couldn't enter operator mode.
Same.
Nothing. It's okay. So you ran into that too. Interesting.
Yep.
Had that too in Arcana. Okay, so it's not just me.
It even confused Pyra to... I don't know what.
I get to meet Pyra in a few weeks. I can't wait.
Lucky.
She only lives. She only lives like maybe 5 or 6 hours north of me. And I have to pass Syracuse in order to go see her. Well, I have cousins in Syracuse, so I can stop off and see them, and then stop off and see Pyra, and then keep going on to see DE and drop Royal Pratt Supra off to her. Building a Grendel cosplay. How much of it we suggest printing? I have to take a look at Grendel. You'd probably be best using primarily foam. I don't know how much 3D printing would really get you in a Grendel outfit. I mean, maybe if he's got some kind of decorations on the outside that look like armor, maybe.
I hear the music from Undertale.
How do you hear Undertale music?
I've heard a lot about Undertale.
Oh. Yogg and my kids, they love
Slovenia,
Undertale.
that was the thing.
They love Undertale. Wouldn't need as much phone. Maybe not, but I mean, as long as you have the internal structure, okay, then the foam would just be for the outside covering.
Could you speed a little bit up, sir? Thank you.
Someday I'll build a
Then
Rhino.
bye.
Rhino Prime. Someday. I keep telling myself. Whoa!
Oh, I first noticed.
Now
this
that
now.
was a yeet. Oh, for freaking 45, 45, 41.
I will just stick with others.
You meant you have the same body type as Grendel? Ah, okay. I didn't catch that. I don't assume anything.
When I have my monthly, I am Grendel's. I am definitely a Grendel.
What's it again?
When I have my period, I feel like I am the size of Grendel.
I'm so glad I don't have to deal with that. But on the other hand, you don't have to deal with prostate or testicular cancer. I remember the one time when I was at PAX East, someone was going around in a Ratchet and Clank cosplay, and she was showing me her outfit and so forth. At the time, she was taking a break, so I was very courteous. I was just saying, you mind if I ask you some questions about your cosplay? I didn't ask for a picture or anything. And so she was showing me how the head is just like a wire mesh with fabric and a little bit of foam on the outside. And she was explaining how the costume was done. It's very possible to do that stuff without having to use a whole ton of foam or something like that. I just have never done it. I've got plenty of books from the folks at Kamui Cosplay, which is really cool when you actually buy a printed version of their book because they're in Germany. They send in some German goodies with it, like some genuine, from Germany Haribo bears and stuff like that. It's so cool. Alright, only one or two more runs because it's almost 2 o'clock. But god damn it, give me one Forma, will ya? Let me try this one.
Yes, I always realize about the battle. You?
Oh, TennoCon 75 days. I can't wait. Oh, and regrettably, it looks like I will not be on that last prime time in July. Unfortunately, it looks like Zach is trying to solidify the date for that Tuesday instead of Thursday. But it would have been cool to at least just to be there during prime time would have been cool. But alas, looks like it can't be done. Which I get that. That could be a slippery slope. It's like, well, you let John in on prime times. So I get it. And someone got yeeted!
Wonderful.
Gonna have to be your last one? Yeah. Yeah, same. I think so here, too.
Yeah.
It's 2 a.m. and regrettably I have to work in the morning. I would love to hit the lottery, but no. It never happens. I can never hit the lottery. Of course, I never buy a lottery ticket. Kind of makes it difficult to win the lottery then.
I just spawned in the middle of the war. That was weird.
The hunt is on, Tenno. The synthesis scanner is detecting a potential target.
No, I said chosen. Thank you. I chose a Radiant with the format. Let's hope it works.
Daydreamers.
Wait, let me
We are
check.
up and ready to party.
The Raging Terror is on Warframe and Kirara Hime is on Warframe.
Jeez, the mission's not even over and you're already seeing who we can raid?
I was checking because of RNG.
Oh, because they're stealing my streamer luck. Yes, that's right. I forgot that that's a thing. She denies it.
Both Raid and Kiwa.
That's why I'm getting screwed over. Okay, we found the reason. It's not RNG. They're stealing all the streamer luck. As usual.
Are there anti-MOAs in this battle? Because I'm seeing that there is a sanctuary target. No, Samaris didn't say anything to me.
Oh, he did say it to me, so there's a sanctuary. There we go.
I will reward you should you
Hey,
perform
Samaris. Samaris is that one character that I just hate that I love. You and...
Yeah,
Wait,
Samaris
that
is
was
definitely
one of
love to
mine!
hate.
That was one of mine!
That was for you? Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So they are on,
I haven't even gone to get a
This-
Samaris target in a while. I probably should. And Cephalon
and
Samaris
I
does have some
one
good
of those
stuff.
where I need to scan... I have, I think it's the fourth one I choose where I have to get 10. To get the story stuff.
Hmm.
But you get the Figaro out of my way, you annoying Moa.
Have you collected all of the story-based ones?
This is the fourth one, I think. That I am going for.
I know a lot of people don't even know that those are there. Some of those, man, I'll tell you. People in the Warframe universe, they get so screwed over.
Yeah.
Their stories are not happy ones.
I am very curious about how we know kinda
Oh,
ish
I haven't seen this one in a while
what it
either.
became.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I'm curious about the other Cephalons, how they became Cephalons.
Yeah. Yeah, and how
Mainly
Samaris became such a
Jordas, because
sadist.
He's just... Please let it be Forma.
If it's not,
Please,
it's not.
Like...
That would be nice, but it's not required at this point. You mother... Alright, we'll take the nuggets. I'll just take this as its way
wait,
of...
Give me Nesha.
No, it's Kira and Raging Terror taking my luck. That's what it is. I'm not even gonna play. That's what it is. Those two stealing my luck. Ham them!
Is let me see.
Miss Cordelia's playing Warframe too. She could be stealing
And-
some.
And Fafnir.
No! These people stealing my streamer luck. It's rude. It's very rude.
Fafnir is also one, so he could also be snatching some.
Damn it! These other Warframe creators playing Warframe. How dare they?
Wait, is Fafnir? No, he's not.
Oh, that one I don't know.
I was about to go like, is Fafnir a creator? I don't
know. I'm just saying.
Okay, Phantom.
Yeah, if you're gonna head out, that's fine. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock, so I need to. But you know what? The PC is up and running, even with some little hiccups along the way. This is why I keep spares of things whenever I can. I'm glad that I had that spare cooler. So, and it gives me an excuse to run down to Micro Center on Tuesday. So, I'm not gonna...
Bree is live?
Who?
Bree? Brianna?
Yeah, I could. I'd like to keep it in the Warframe group, though. I love Bree. I wish I'd be able to meet her when I go up to Tenno, or not just TennoCon, but
Beloved.
she is actually...
She's about to become my mama.
Bree was one of the first people I followed on Twitch, because at the time she was a Warframe partner. So I think I've been subbed to her for almost 4 years now.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a long time, or something like that. I've been subbed to her for a long time. But so you know, even though I couldn't get any forma, bitches, it was a good night. It was a good night. So I'm that much closer to getting my new PC going. So, yay! In fact, I'm gonna grab the latest BIOS and get that installed before I go to bed, because my OCD is killing me on that one. But that's okay, and that's something that'll only take 5 minutes. All right, everyone, thank you for being here, for all the follows that popped in, you know, the raids that popped in. I say it every time, and I mean it. It means a lot. I'm a nobody from the middle of Pennsylvania. The fact that you guys are willing to come here, out of all the places that you could go to hang out, and you want to spend even just 10 minutes here, I very much appreciate that. Don't forget that charity stream. Thank you. There we are. Charity drive going on all month. We are $20 away from another 100 plat that I can give away. $120 away from another Bean Boozled. Fine, it's for charity. And another 100 plat after that. So, all good. Good. So, well, Tuesday, if I have to run down to Micro Center, you know what? I might not stress out about that. I might just wait until Saturday to do that. We'll see. I would, because of the charity thing going on this month, I would like to do more streaming than I normally do. So, we'll see about that. So, Tuesday... Shut up, phone. Tuesday, I might actually stream so that we can get the Pride Angstrom. That would be very cool. Because I think once I get that finished, and I can get that posted on Twitter, might get more donations out of it, which would be very cool. That... Not the beans. It's for charity. It's for charity. I'll deal with it. I mean, honestly, when I got the raid on Thursday and I hit the Carolina Reaper right in that first hour, I think that made a lot of people realize, okay, this guy's crazy. We like him. But just remember, for every if you donate $25 or more throughout the month, you get a chance to win this. Hopefully, I will have a completed model of it in the next, or sometime this week. I really want this to be done this week, and then I can actually show you what you have a chance of winning. So there you go. All right, who am I gonna raid? I haven't raided Cordelia in a while for sure. I mean, Kira and Rage, I raid them all the time because they're awesome people. I haven't raided Cordelia in a while. I think I'll go say hi to her. Go. Alright. Let's go say hi to her, give her a follow. She's the... Come on, load up. This was being dumb. Alright, so yeah, hopefully I'm going to stream on Tuesday. We'll see, because as long as that CPU cooler is working for now, I can just stick with it. I don't have to rush to get that replacement. So, get that taken care of. But otherwise, I'm getting some sleep. I need it. So everyone, again, you can join my Discord. Good, good group of people there. And, for PC building, just general nerding out. That's what we do there. That's what I do. I'm just a big honking nerd. Old fart, but nerd. So anyway, I'm rambling. Everyone, have a good night. Leaves one question about her, and that would be, what? The timer's running down. Why are VTubers so much fun to troll? Because they get really baited. Oh, ban. Anyway. All right, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other, and bye for now.